Thank you, Zoe. Right, kia ora koutou and good morning to you all. We have a couple of workshops here today. The first one is around the Head Start, and then we continue on with our level of services workshop. So before we start our day formally, we'll begin with a karakia. Takinga te marama kia tātou, takinga te aroha kia tātou, takinga te rangimarei kia tātou, ko rongia me te kawa, ko maunga tauturi, ko kakapuku ngā maunga, ko waikato, ko waipā ngā awa, tihei Māori ora. All right, kia ora koutou. Right, we've got a pretty tight schedule, but I'm just going to welcome Katie and Lisa up there, but also welcome Dr. Claudia, is it Wise? Yes, Dr. Claudia Wise, who has done lots of work in this area, including working up in Auckland, and has been working, I know, at least with Hamilton City Council at least, because I've seen your fingerprints through some of their documentation, similar to what we're sort of seeing here today. So, look, welcome you all here and welcome those online. We've got 1 hour and 45 minutes, so a pretty succinct workshop. So it's a time for questions and answers, but there is quite a structure to the morning. So with further ado, I'll hand over to Katie.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everybody. If we could have the slide pack up here. The purpose of today is for you to be able to consider the public feedback that you've received and particularly then to consider representation issues. And then we're hoping that you will be able to confirm your decision-making principles and assess the options against the government criteria and the principles. And that's what we'll spend a bit of time on later in the workshop after we've heard from Claudia and dealing with a number of those representation issues. By the end of this workshop, in terms of guidance for staff, then what we would really be seeking is that you've confirmed your principles so that we can apply them through the decision-making process to bring back to you, and that you've been able to identify a preferred and a backup option so that, again, we can go away and do some preliminary work on a draft proposal with other councils and keep making sure that we've got the technical evidence to support the work that you're doing. We have another workshop planned for you in 3 weeks' time. At that point, we want to be able to bring you back where we get to with the draft proposal and where the rest of the region is at with those things. And we will then be bringing you the proposal and your confirmed position to the Strategic Planning and Policy Committee on the 5th of August, which means that we meet the deadline of 9th of August with central government. So that's the sort of runway of this work here. So I think it's important to remember as we go through this work and think about what level of detail are we wanting. The government has been really clear in its policy documents and keeps reiterating that they are requesting, these are their words, a high-level outline proposal. And so here I think it's really important that we try not to get too far ahead of ourselves. We're not trying to design the details. We are trying to signal the intent, and the principles really matter. And those are the things that we're then able to keep talking about with other councils and think about where is their alignment from a principle point of view. If we're accepted into the Head Start pathway, that's when you can have further discussions with iwi, with other councils about the actual design of particular options. And that would happen then really between September and March. And that's your time to then also be having a substantial form of public engagement on the design of any proposal. So that's really comes later. The slide is in the paper that was pre-circulated, so I'm going to run through, and I've sort of set out here sort of where that leads us to at the moment. But one of the key things that we have obviously been doing over the past few weeks is hearing from the community about what is important to them. And so for that, I'll hand over to the person who knows of what they're talking about, and that's obviously Lisa, to run us through what the results of that engagement have been.
Thanks, Katie, and good morning, everybody. Obviously, this was a campaign that was pulled together at pace, and a lot of the information that our community was wanting was not within our control, unfortunately. But what we could control is we could control the way that we went out to our community to alert them to the Head Start proposal, local government reform and what it may mean for them. And importantly, we were really keen to get their feedback on the principles that you had confirmed in the workshop, just to make sure that we were on the money in terms of what was important to them. We ran a really strong digital campaign. As you can see, you know, over 67,000 views on social media channels. So that was across Facebook and Instagram. The Let's Talk website, which is our engagement website, had a number of views and a number of hits over that 2.5 week period. And our Anteno reach was almost at 20,000, and we took the approach of directly emailing key stakeholders, not only to let them know about the Head Start proposal, but to also invite them to community events. Now, it's fair to say over the 8 face-to-face events, we didn't get a lot of people, but I think those of you who attended those events would agree that while there wasn't quantity, there was definitely quality conversations, and there were people coming to have discussions with us with absolute purpose and what they wanted to know. And I'd also like to thank each of you that turned up to those events, because I think they definitely proved their worth. So we asked the community, particularly about the principles, we asked them to rate them in order of 1 to 5 in terms of what was important to them. And this is the 1 to 5 order based on the ranking of the respondents. So positioning our communities to thrive in the face of economic, social and environmental change was the most important principle to everybody, closely followed by maintaining local representation. Certainly within the feedback, it confirmed that residents are really proud of Waipa's identity and its rural character, its community spirit and the distinct towns within it. And they certainly want any future council arrangement to protect local representation, preserve the district's lifestyle and natural assets, and avoid decisions being dominated by larger urban centres. That was a really common theme in the conversations and in the feedback. Waipa's identity is paramount. Residents deeply value what makes Waipa different from urban centres. They believe there's a strong community spirit, and that's something that we often see in the residents' perception survey as well. You know, people are proud to call Waipa home, and they're keen for any reform to protect the social fabric of the district as it is. Rural character was a non-negotiable for many, and urban priorities from Hamilton being resisted was another common theme that came through. There's a strong attachment from our community to specific places, particularly Mangatautari, Karapiro, Parongia, and these are emotional anchors for the community and their sense of belonging. And the strong message that came through was whatever structure emerges, it must preserve Waipa's distinct identity and ensure local communities retain their voice. So that's kind of the overarching key message. In terms of the options, now we only received 223 formal pieces of feedback via the website, so not really representative sample size, unfortunately, and those are the results, with the one Waikato approach receiving 23%, future-proof boundaries came out on top at 28.38. It's interesting to note that the market results differed per town in terms of preferred options. So for those of you that were there, you'd know that we had the pebbles in the container just as an easy, quick way for people to reference their preferred option. In Cambridge, 43.6% of people chose the future-proof boundary option. In TA, a third chose option A, being the one Waikato approach, and in Parongia, the Waikato Waters option came out on top with 43.8%. So there was definitely variances across our communities. The verbatim feedback has taken some time to pull, but the team have managed to do that late last night. You will find that will be in your diligent workbook very shortly, if not already, for your reference. And then with that, I'll hand back to Katie.
Yeah, thank you. I think the key things that I take from the community feedback are a few things. Firstly, just to pick up on the point that that the number of people who provided the formal feedback only being just over 200, it's actually the same. It's the same basic number as Hamilton City have also had. And so it is not out of keeping at all. And in fact, that's obviously a larger ratepayer base than we have. So I think the comms and engagement team have done a really sterling job being able to get the sentiment across a range of ways. And when I think of the sentiment, it means that I think the message that we certainly take within the team is that the feedback really reinforces the principles that you have adopted. And that's why we really come to this next bit here is really trying to pull out perhaps some potential additional principles to make sure that these are explicit, that we take into account when we're doing the assessment to be providing for you. So in the paper that was pre-circulated, it's got a copy of your current 5 principles. And then obviously we have the government criteria as well. As staff, we're recommending that we add 3 additional principles to reflect this sort of the community sentiment. The first is this rural-urban representation balance, and we're hearing from our community that that's extremely important, and we're hearing that from communities around the rest of the region as well, trying to make sure that, and it goes hand in hand perhaps with retaining local voice, but it's a specific issue in our region and every other region where you have a large metro and then rural communities as well, and both are important. You need a strong metro for your region to be successful, and you need strong rural communities for your metro to be successful, and both have always been important. And I think, so we recommend pulling that out specifically. When we come back to say, well, what is it about local government that makes local government special, and picking up on this kind of sense of identity of place that Lisa referred to, and we've heard from the community, then we realise that actually we have sort of assumed that this role of placemaking is important, but actually I think is a really common thread through a lot of the feedback that we're receiving. The third thing is that although the principles talked about partnerships, what we hadn't done was pull out specifically about our desire to respect treaty settlements and Te Tere Whaimana is something that you spoke about in the workshops, and we had bundled into partnerships generally. And I think for me, this is extremely important when you're then coming to think about the way that you want to consider each of the options and any potential weighting you may choose to give to any of the weightings. If you have this as an explicit principle, it allows you to think about the way that this might reinforce a catchment boundary approach and the way that you might want to think about representation issues later, so that you think about Māori representation as well. So this is obviously a workshop. This is not a place for decision making, but really seeking guidance from you about your level of comfort around including all or any of these additional principles so that we can take that away in the work that we then do on further representation kind of work, which is what we're going to be turning to soon, and hearing from Claudia about those sorts of options. And also as we consider both the work that me, Mike and Steph could continue to talk with others about and the way that we might start developing up a draft proposal for you to consider.
Let's make a comment before I hand over. Our first principle, existing one, of maintaining strong local representation, and the first one up there, maintain a rural-urban representative balance. I'd like to get your feedback really, Claudia. Could that be combined into sort of, would it make sense, maintaining strong local representation through a rural-urban representation balance?
Thank you for the question, and kia ora koutou katoa. So you possibly can. I think it's perhaps more about what people understand about representation and do they see themselves in it, because we're talking here about either distinct communities and localities or communities of interest. And communities of interest can then also form larger cohorts together. So for example, larger rural cohorts that can focus on broader rural aspects that may be beyond a single locality.
Claire.
Yes, thanks. I'm keen to explore that urban-rural representation thing. I did see what Hamilton City have, I suppose, put forward as their ideas for principles. And what they have got is growth-ready, rural-aware system, and also more engagement with local democracy. So it's kind of like the same kind of thing. I think their approach with growth ready, rural aware is that they're combining the challenges that, you know, Hamilton have with growth, but also realizing that if they're going to go in with other people, they do have to, show that balance. Yeah. So I definitely support something in there about the rural voice, identity, representation. And then just on the strong placemaking, I do like that as well. I find it a bit ambiguous. That's all. What exactly does it mean? So some of the material that we've already got from Claudia and also from some of the other research that I've been doing, it's all very well to have, for instance, local boards or community boards, but they need funding to be able to do that placemaking. So yeah, that's sort of hidden in there. I don't know if we, I suppose that's what enabling means, but I'm not sure. Yeah. So anyway, those are my thoughts anyway. I'm very happy that you're considering those. I'm quite okay with the bottom one about respecting treaty settlements and Te Ture Whaimana, but in fact, that is already protected within existing legislation and frameworks. Yeah. Now, whether or not you want it in there, because then the public can see that we're definitely having that front of mind. But I just do feel it's going to be taken care of. Yeah.
Make a response to that. I guess and my response to that, Claire, is that because we're in the Waikato and those are very unique treaty settlement arrangements that don't exist in other places. There are other arrangements, but that Waikato settlement, including Te Ture Whaimana, is very particular legislation. And in the mayoral and iwi chairs forum, it was made very clear to us that they must be protected, including the decision-making representation rights that iwi have through those settlements. So it's protecting the rivers and the catchments, but it's the other governance, representation, etc., that are in there. And I think very few people actually understand the complexity of those settlements. And so the view was between the different councils involved with that was actually making them explicit. It's quite important for the community to understand. It's just about a transparency thing. I'm with you, the legislation should be protected, but at the moment that's a conversation between the iwi and the Crown. But for us, in terms of our decision making, particularly around that catchment model, that's why we were interested in the conversation with you about the transparency of it.
Thanks for that, Stephen. I think Hamilton City have got something very similar wording, maybe not Waipa. All right, so I've got, well, I've got Les, Ian, sorry, and Del Marie. We'll go in that order.
Yeah, with the amalgamation, what is clear is that the rural areas are going to get a lot bigger. And if they're going to be, councillors are going to be based on population, we're going to have a lot less representation in rural areas. Because towns will basically stay the same from a point of view of their size. But I just wonder how we're going to get the rural community representation with a lot less councillors.
Yeah, that's front of a lot of people's minds in the Waikato, and that's something that'll have to work through this. Ian.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think these principles are all good, and I particularly, you know, weaving in the ones that we've heard from the public is key. And I back what Steph said around the point 3 there, particularly given, you know, the wee concern I expressed recently around the fact that that was the very last thing that Waikato Waters have got sorted out. So this cannot be an afterthought in this exercise in the way it seems to have been in that exercise, not on our behalf. But What I would say is for staff, I think these are important principles for us to discuss and for us to shape our discussions and approach around, but we can't lose sight of the 5 that the government have got, because they don't care about any of these. That's unfair. That's hyperbole. Excuse me, I'll take that back. This is how the submissions are going to be graded, and it's as simple as that. So we can take those principles into account, but when we're forming our response needs to be shaped around this, because particularly if I think about a lot of what our considerations are right now, we haven't really, and this is no castigation of where we're at, it's logical of where we're at an aligning stage, not a building stage, but the deliverability piece is going to be key, right? So our challenge here is to take those principles and work out how we can most effectively and compellingly deliver against those things there, in order to get our proposal taken most seriously.
Yeah, absolutely. And later in the workshop, when we show you the staff assessment that we've done against these principles of the options, we've done that against the government assessment criteria, then we've done it against the council principles, and then we can compare between the two for that very reason. Yeah.
Excellent. Dale-Marie.
Morena koutou. Some of us have to wait for the babysitter to turn up at 8 o'clock. So aroha mai for being late. I want to know if there's been any work around looking at the rural communities in that big unitary over at Tairāwhiti, because I know up at Te Araroa and places like that, they suffer. And they suffer in that big unitary because when they get cut off from Gisborne, Gisborne isn't there to help them. So that there, I have a big concern for our rural communities. I'd also like to know I know we're going to look at a formation. I know we're going to decrease in governance, but I'd like to put on the board that we have a look at Pākehā representation. We're othering Māori and putting us as options and consideration. Those were 2 key words I took out of some of our stuff. We're an option and we're a consideration in that graphic that I saw last night. So yeah, I'd like to discuss Pākehā representation, because if we're in a reset, referendum results mean nothing in a reset. So I'd like to talk about Pākehā representation and what it looks like better than what we saw in the graphic last night, because I saw in the graphic last night how diluted Māori representation is, considering that we are the partners in this country. We are not others, we are not stakeholders. So I'm going to put that down. And as my table knows, I've sent 2 emails. I only got 1 response from the DP the other day and the other this morning from Mike. I deliberately sent those as reminders to this table that we forget where Māori's place is. And I think this is a grand opportunity for this country to steer itself properly into honouring Victoria's treaty that she wrote, that her people came here with, that my people have been very clear on sharing, being authentic in our relationship. I would like to see that Waipa doesn't put us as options or consideration in our own documents. Thanks. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Dale-Marie. And on your first point, I sort of picked up on those documents in Auckland did a major review of their structure, I think 2022, to look at that effectiveness of the local board thing and the communities being left behind stuff. So yeah, it ties in exactly what you've said there.
That's right. And certainly we'll pick up, we haven't specifically looked at Tairāwhiti, and that's a really good example, but that's something that Claudia can pick up, because I think that is important to do.
And subsequently, because I know that Mayor Rahet will not mention the difficulties within the Mayoralty Forum around what is experienced in some of those rural areas. And I will say that hardcore, because I'm always up State Highway 35. And I'm pretty sure Deputy Mayor Rea will support me on that, as well as Ani and them, who are the wards up in that part of the coast. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Dale-Marie. We've got Roger and then Claire.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mike. Yeah, in terms of the now 8 considerations, I think that's a good starting point. I'd just like to comment though on your comment, Mike, about the importance of local voice and the importance of rural communities. And I think the one thing about the Waikato is that it is, if you like, the rural heartland of New Zealand. It really is. And within the Waikato, you've got quite a large number of settlements or towns that are actually rural service centres, and particularly, and I'm not hearing the same thing about the protection of Waipa. I'm seeing more the protection of those communities. So the wider Cambridge that I've always referred to, the wider Te Awa Mutu, they, I think, those communities of interest are where the local voice should be retained. And I think if you had that network of those rural community centres having the voice, then I think the fear of Big Brother Hamilton will actually be quite mitigated because you've got that strong. So agreeing with you that local voice and the rural voice are important, but as I say, I'm not locked into Waipa because Waipa is going to disappear. There's no longer Waipa, there's no longer Hamilton. And so I think we've got the opportunity to look at strengthening those rural communities through a different model. Yeah, so I'm agreeing with you, but saying I'm not locked into Waipa.
No, thank you, Roger. And look, and the overlay of that is simplifying local government, because you look at some of the options that these folks are going to take us through, and they go from simple to very complex. Claire.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I just wanted to respond to Dale Marie just on two particular points. The first one was about how remote rural communities fare in a bigger unitary authority, and I totally agree with the need to check that out. In fact, I have asked whether or not we could hear the perspectives of people in the community in these larger entities. I used it as an example in Auckland, you know, where the, I suppose the presenters that we've had have been from staff or, from inside the council, whereas I'd really like to hear the experiences of community people and what they've seen as the change, and to make sure that what we're going to shape is going to work. So appreciate that, Dale Marie. And then your second point on the video. So yes, I did watch it. I didn't respond because I was actually a bit perplexed. For the example given was an Auckland example where you have, I suppose, a particular Māori group leading the regeneration of, I'm not sure if it was a community garden. It looked like a community garden as well as native planting for wellbeing. I was thinking about the Waipa example we have that we won prizes for, Ahuaki. You know, that's a spatial plan. So it's not just sort of limited to a particular plot of land. It's actually a long-term visionary document for the future of our whole district. And, you know, we won prizes for that. In fact, I think you went to the national conference to receive the award, Dale Marie. And I think that, you know, we could actually use that as an example to demonstrate this is the kind of culture that we've been able to build in Waipa, and that hopefully will be carried forward to a bigger entity. Yeah, so I think I'm just putting the stake in the ground for we've actually done some great work partnering with Mana Whenua and iwi in doing some really, I suppose, important, influential documents that were well supported by those Māori groups in doing that. Kia ora.
Why I put that video in there, Claire, was an example of how Ngāti Whātua work with Auckland City and how they have determined not just Auckland City, how they look after the reserves and how they will manage things in a co-governance way through the statutory board and all the things that they've set up. That's why I sent the video as a great example, because it was one of those nominations and it did win the award. Yes, I'm into ahuake, sweet as, yes, I did go to those awards, but I sent that as part of the reminder of what could happen. I have been speaking to those people that are on that statutory board, and they are still othered. That is the part that is still a little bit wrong in Auckland, because we still have to fight to get and keep the principles and all these things that we say we're going to do together. We still have to fight for it. That is a given up there. It is not, we get given this board, it doesn't mean we get given all the powers. It still ends up being whittled down. Hence why I send you guys 2 emails to remind you of where iwi have always sat in this space. So I'm not going to say too much for the rest of the day, because actually I've said a lot over emails, and I think these 2 know the steer that I want, that I will always take the steer of iwi, because iwi will always be here. And one thing, I got messages from former people that sat on this table the other day after the Cambridge wastewater treatment plant pōwhiri, and they said to me, when we saw that, we were reminded iwi have always been here and they are never going away. Now that came from people that used to be on this table. So the only reason I sent those examples is because we keep forgetting where iwi's place is in this space. So kia ora rā. Yes, you said the ecological corridor. Yes, iwi jump on, but it still wasn't an iwi-driven kaupapa, We still come on. And we do this, we share this, we come with the best of intentions, but those intentions are never reciprocated, and especially in places like this. Ecological places, environment places, we're guns, that's our game. But here, we're not let in. 1 person against 11 shows a kia ora.
All right. I hope it's not an against thing. I mean, we're here collectively to understand and improve. So, and you're a big part of it. Yeah. Steph.
Thanks, Mike. I think we'll round out, because I think that agreeing on the principles is really important. But what I'm starting to form a view about is that in the end, it's seeing that model that's it's only seeing the model in the end that's going to give people comfort that, okay, now I can see where my voice is going to be represented. But I'd just like to remind us, and it's great that Kāore is sitting at the table, that the governance model is only one part of the equation. The key thing will be the operating model of the new organisation. And if the operating model is set up, and someone who was very senior in the Auckland Council did say to me yesterday, the issue was that the people at the operating model really had their sights set on the isthmus. And the issue was they didn't really understand Franklin or Drury, and they were like, that seemed to be far from the centre. It's going to be really important to ask whoever's the new CE to set up an operating model that clearly understands the entire parameters of the region they're responsible for, and probably have an operating model that could be quite hub and spoke like. And then it comes down to what are the powers given to whatever that local voice in place looks like. I think we're really clear that placemaking requires to happen at place, and therefore there needs to be budget. So I think it's a balance of both governance and operational model to get this right. And of course, it would be great if it was perfect. It won't be. But I think we should be thinking about things as an and. So from a Māori representation perspective, it's not just wards, it's wards and. And from a representation model, it's not just governance, it's how will the operations be set up to reflect that. And so any guidance today, I think we were going to have whiteboards in the room. I've just reminded myself actually that we should just kind of note things that come up through our conversation so we can put them on the table. And it could be that in the proposal, there are things that, where we said, we've agreed on this, but there's a lot of work to do on this. Well, one of the things that we might say is in the operating model, we want it to be very clear that it's got to be able to reflect in place for the entire region it represents. So there's a good way of capturing that conversation, but to give you a little bit more comfort, I think, about how this might play through, because I know, your practicality, you think, how's this actually going to work? So let's go back, let's finish the conversation about principles and keep taking that forward. But no, from an operational or a practical perspective, those are the things that we are thinking about, and I encourage you to consider as well.
Yeah, but thank you for the general guidance. We've got a couple of note takers here in the team, and we don't have the whiteboards in the room. That's a slip on our part. But we've got Haven and William and Lisa and I making up some of that project team. So we're certainly capturing that. We'll see what we can bring in. What I'm picking up around these principles is general support for these principles. I hear around making sure that we've got a bit more clarity about the strong placemaking, things like that. But we'll go away and make sure that we just flesh these out based on the discussion that we've heard this morning. And therefore be able to round out those principles and then be able to play back to the community that's been reflected in the way that we're thinking about the assessment of options. So what I'd like to do is hand over to Claudia to talk about some of the representation work that she's been doing and some of those early findings. And this really is a really great opportunity to have someone with her expert knowledge in the room for you to be able to not just hear from her, but be able to ask questions. I am going to be the timekeeper so that we can still get through the MCA assessment after that so that you can confirm the direction about your preferred option and finish on time at 10:30. So that, like I say, it gives us about 45 minutes to be able to talk through this work with Claudia. So I'll hand over to her. You can introduce yourself and take it. Yes.
So kia ora koutou katoa, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be here today. It's a very important conversation that you are all holding, and I'm just here as one small member to help support you on some of your discussions by trying to provide some different perspectives. I've been engaged by 3 councils as part of this work, so Hamilton, Waipa and Waikato District, and it's given me the opportunity to hear various points of views. And one important aspect to this is that even my work that I'm presenting is constantly evolving. This work has only been occurring over the last 3 weeks, and we were specifically asked to have a look at what could be some international case examples, recognising that, of course, they function in a very different way to New Zealand, but trying to provide a slightly different outside perspective of how do councils who have been amalgamated deal with the complexity that you are currently working through. What did they learn from those experiences? But also, what else can we learn from them too? As we evolve this story, what we're also doing is we're starting to look much more closely at some local examples, because naturally they are very, very important. We have very different principles and obligations around te tiriti that are not reflected in other countries. And I'd like to certainly acknowledge that they need more work. Here in the presentation that I'm showing today, we've specifically not currently looking at te tiriti and iwi engagement, not because it's a separate consideration, but because it's a work done in parallel to this benchmarking work that we have done. So aroha mai for that not presenting well in the document. That was not our intention, but certainly it's a very important consideration. Now, for some reason, my slide's not on showing.
That's right. Sorry, stop sharing now.
So we've got a little slide pack that's about to come to your screens. So this has been sent in advance. Apologies for those who are online. It does look small, some of the slides, but perhaps the important conversation here is more around direction, more around the different frameworks that we're seeing people apply internationally and some of them now locally, and we will continue to flesh out this work. So what the purpose of today is just to simply provide you with an overview of what our findings were, where we sit in this process, but most importantly, to hear your views and your feedback. That will continue to shape more work that we do throughout the next month or so. So the first step that we talked about 3 weeks ago is to really start to understand council profiles and priorities. The reason why this is important is that any governance or representation approach needs to consider where you're starting from. What is important to you? What is important to your communities? But also, what is the shape that the Waikato is taking? Because ultimately, the design of the unitary model that you recommend will be informed by the size of the unitary model that you recommend. And so it was important to make sure that we didn't just start too high level, that we got into a little bit more detail. Ultimately, your feedback and the approach that you would like to take, and specifically the principles, will help shape the governance structure options that we can put forward to you for further discussion, for further feedback and decision-making. We have had two workshops today. This is our third. We had the Waikato District workshop, followed by the Hamilton City workshop, and now this workshop. And all of those workshops have really focused initially on the key principles, because ultimately they will shape the different options that you might have from a representation model. In terms of the key questions for elected member consideration, there is, of course, the one that is very actively in discussion, which is around the extent of the amalgamation. Then, of course, in parallel, there's really important kōrero around Māori representation models. There are considerations around CCO organisations and what they may look like, but the focus of today is around the degree of local representation, because it's actually quite an important factor for you to think about and for us to hear your feedback on what's important. This can take a variety of shapes. And so the degree of local representation being arranged from quite centralised to being quite localised is important. Who should be making decisions? Who should make those local decisions? Is it councillors only, or is it local boards, for example, or more independent councils? Then, of course, there's another important factor here. Who controls funding? Is funding going to be centralised, or is it going to be delegated more through independent local budgets? And ultimately, those budgets may also help shape who owns the assets. And that can equally vary with all of the case examples, from quite a centralised control through to local asset holdings. When we started looking at this work, acknowledging that this is rapidly evolving and it changes on an almost daily basis, we started off with looking at, well, what are the council objectives that each council has? And as councils are working through this process, they are becoming more clear and they are often becoming more aligned, which is actually makes this whole process much easier. Then, of course, we're looking at the DIA assessment criteria, because that is an important factor, as has been acknowledged, in terms of supporting a proposal to be submitted. And then there are other criteria that we considered, legal criteria, but of course, important obligations around te tiriti, important obligations around settlements that have been agreed, etc. So in terms of the case studies, these slides just summarise the process for us, narrowing down which case examples we initially looked at. And we focused on identifying councils that had gone through an amalgamation process, which is why inadvertently some of the New Zealand councils weren't included on that list, despite the fact that they hold very valuable insights. But where we landed is we looked at a Westminster-style government system initially, because that is the government system that we are working within. And we looked at those countries and regions that had gone through an amalgamation process. And that landed on a number of different areas in Canada, Australia, the UK, Ireland, and of course New Zealand as well. And what we saw initially, just to provide an overview, is that the extent of amalgamation varied across different countries, which means that the population per entity varies across different countries. New Zealand sort of sits in the middle. We're sitting at currently about 68,000 people per entity. But in areas such as the UK, where there was greater degree of amalgamation and also larger population numbers, you had larger populations in each amalgamated authority. Whereas Canada and Australia, where you have actually quite diverse and very sparse populations in some region, they are representing a smaller population cohort. In terms of the challenges that councils face, there were consistent challenges. And these will be challenges that all councils are facing globally, regardless of if they amalgamated or not. And perhaps this is one important insight. As councils amalgamate, there's a constant evolution. And that is because councils need to adapt to this changing environment, changing budgets, funding constraints, infrastructure requirements, environmental implications, and of course, maintaining a democratic voice. When we then looked at the 30 case examples that we ultimately landed on from about 1 million councils globally, we could see a trend, and we started grouping the councils into what seemed to be 4 rough categories. And from the outset, I'd like to share that none of these are perfect because they also continue to evolve. And even the more I learn and the more I read, the more I recognise that as you go through this, there are very strong subtleties and also very strong views from people about how successful these entities were. And there are shared views across all entities that some of them have strengths and some of them have challenges. And again, that is something that is shared. So on the left, you will see the more centralised unitary models. And then on the right, it changes to a much more decentralised model where you've got a unitary council, but local councils with independent levels of funding and independent levels of asset ownership. And there's a range of those in between, and each of them has some case examples. So if we just start with the centralised unitary option, and even my eyes struggle to see this, I'm just going to turn on my computer. So you have, these are examples that we have from Halifax, but also in New Zealand with the Marlborough District Council. And here you've got quite a centralised model of unitary authority where the governing body is essentially holds all the strategic and local decision making. The wards are electoral areas only, and there are local committees where they exist, but they are local committees with limited delegated authorities. So in other words, the local committees have councillors on them, but they have limited delegated authorities. The councillors serve a purpose of representing locally, but largely looking at the regional obligations. Now, on its strengths, could be argued that it's the simplest governance structure. It has the least layers, it has the least decision-making complexity, and it may also have the least boundary complexity. And it can, subject, of course, to what Steph mentioned earlier, the operating model, it can lead to quite a significant level of economies of scale. The considerations, however, or some of the challenges that we've seen is that it does limit formal local decision-making and that communities can feel disempowered. And it does have a greater degree of reliance on ward councillors to represent local interests at the governing body. And of course, that may vary depending on who the councillors are and depending on the term. And depending on the council size, and Waikato acknowledging it as 25,000 square kilometres, depending on council size, you may have a lower representation per resident at 500,000 residents for the Waikato. So here, these are very complex diagrams, but we just wanted to represent some of the how these larger amalgamated bodies are structured. So here, this is the Halifax example. You can see they have 17 elected members, which leaves about 32,000 residents per elected member. They've got 1 elected mayor and 16 councillors. And those 16 councillors represent 16 districts across Halifax, which is quite much smaller than Waikato, but probably the size of Auckland. So about 5,400 square kilometres. Now, what they do is that they have 4 community councils, and those community councils have councillors on them, and they represent different parts of the Halifax region. One thing that stood out to us on this case example is that they started off with 3. You had Halifax and West, Harbour East and Northwest. They then recognised that the rural-urban conversation was getting diluted. And so they set up a 4th council which focused on the regional centres. What that did is it allowed the urban voice to increase in the other community councils while allowing the urban centres that had different growth priorities to focus on the regional urban centre conversations. It's up to the chair.
Well, I'm just conscious we've got 45 minutes. So, yeah, I think we're probably best to write them down and then let's see what we can get through at the end. One way the answers to the questions are going to have to be answered, whether it's in this time frame or slightly just after it.
Oh, sorry. So then there's a second example here from New Zealand, Marlborough. So it's a unitary council, of course, in New Zealand. It was formed in 1989. So again, a similar structure, of course, acknowledging it's a smaller population of about 56,000 people across quite a large area, 12,000 square kilometres. So here, because it's a smaller community, it has the ability to perhaps look at those local wards and to really focus on some of the local activities in those local wards. And some of the local activities have been very, very successful. So you look at Picton, Blenheim, the broader Marlborough region, a very, very good focus on tourism and growth. Then there is the next range, which is where you have one central council, and again, you have area committees, but the area committees, which are attended by councillors, have greater delegation. So in other words, those area committees can make greater decisions locally. They have delegated responsibilities for defined geographic areas, but there is still one council. So that balances a little bit more the regional coordination with local input, because councillors don't serve only the regional wide responsibilities, they have a local responsibility too. It maintains one integrated organisation, so you still have some of the scale advantages. But the challenge that we saw is that delegations can change over time because they are not necessarily in statute, but they are delegated. It means they can evolve. And sometimes with the evolution, that can be a strength, but it can also result in change and uncertainty for communities over time. And depending on the council size, communities again may feel more disconnected. So the example here is Highland in Scotland and Aberdeenshire in Scotland, two similar case examples in that they had area committees. In Highland, you had 10 area committees, and in Aberdeenshire, you had 6. So those area committees are also supported by community representation. So for example, here in Aberdeenshire, you had 70 community councils. So they provided independent local advice. And they are consultative statutory bodies. In other words, they must be consulted for specific decisions that are taken, but they don't have budget. And so what that means is that they have the ability to discuss areas, but they may rely on volunteers. And therefore, over time, depending on the power and the influence, but also the ability for people to commit their time as volunteers, that local voice may change and in some instances be somewhat reduced. Then there's the third case example here, which is, or third type of model that we saw going a little bit further along the spectrum, which is a unitary council with elected local boards. So again, these local boards are in statute, they are in law. And the case example here is Auckland. And Auckland really evolved over a period of time, and that's why I've become involved in this work, because I was involved as co-sponsor for leading or helping shift the local board decision making so that local boards could feel more empowered and ultimately received more funding as well as part of that work. And that is currently still in progress. And perhaps an important story here is that all councils saw evolution, just like Auckland Council had. But in this model, essentially one governing body makes all of the regional decisions. And now, following the governance framework review, the local boards have much stronger decision-making power over local community services and assets. And in fact, they are now given the budgets and some change in budgets to help do that. What it does is it allows local boards to make decisions about its local community and services and assets. Before the governance framework review, most of the funding was tied up in assets. And whether or not an asset was retained or or used for different purposes, ultimately those sat with the governing body, which made the funding decisions quite difficult for local boards to make. Now they can make decisions to perhaps shift the focus on an asset and move more towards a partnership or towards other service delivery models. Naturally, though, the challenges here are typically around funding. A lot of local boards felt that the funding that they were given wasn't perhaps enough. Under the fairer funding framework that is looking at shifting more funding towards the local boards, including some of the rural local boards who had perhaps less assets and therefore less funding tied to those assets devolved to them. So this is a continuing evolutionary story. And then sorry, just skip ahead. The last one in terms of those case examples is a much more devolved model where you've got a council still, a unitary council, but they have independent community councils. So the ones here are Somerset and Cornwall in England and Carmarthenshire in Wales. So how this works is that you have a principal council that delivers the strategic and regulatory functions, but the independent community councils or town or parish councils, as they're called in the UK, they have their own powers, assets, and locally raised revenues even, through which they call taxes over there, but here we typically refer to as rates. So they have strong local representation. Decisions are made closer to communities, but there is a clear separation between local and regional, which can create a much stronger local voice, but it can create those tensions where regional and local priorities may differ. And that can sometimes result in potential duplication of efforts or extra time as people have to make decisions that perhaps address cross-boundary issues. And again, in these case examples, we show a few diagrams. Apologies again for these being small, but one thing I'd just like to town, city and parish councils, so quite a large number, and therefore they have only 280 residents per representative. They have an intermediary body called the local community networks or advisory networks that span between the Somerset Council or the Unitary Authority and each of the more local authorities. And what that does is it tries to act as an intermediary. Now, when Cornwall did a similar thing, they initially thought that their local community area partnerships, their 12 local area community partnerships, may be given more delegation and power, but quite quickly they devolved into being, again, an intermediary to support the advice between governing body and the separate town, city and parish councils, but they didn't hold specific delegations. So perhaps another useful lesson is that they had a shift in their decision-making. They recognised that the local decision-making and power was important, but having a third tier perhaps in the middle made it a little bit more complex. And so Carmarthenshire, again, a further model, and which again shows that none of them are necessarily identical. Each one of them has important lessons. But here they have 72 town and community councils. They span across 134 wards, and they have separately elected members, again, just like the other two case examples, with their own revenue and budgets. Now, in terms of the lessons learned, these have evolved over time. So for those watching from the other councils, as we have worked through the process, as we have learned more, we have constantly also tried to lift up some of the lessons that we're seeing from this. Perhaps the important thing is, firstly, there is no best governance model. And that creates a challenge because it also creates an opportunity. It means that you as elected members and your communities have the chance to shape what is important to you. And perhaps that's the really important thing to take from this, and which is why we will be coming back to your principles. And ultimately the balance between centralised consistency and local flexibility is a council choice. Now, as the governing body forms, governing bodies can change over time as well, but what you put into statute matters. Because if the governing body is centralised, and there is no statute for local representation, it can mean that the governing body of the day determines the local voice. The stronger the statute in locality means the stronger the local voice will persist, but it can still have variations. And of course, if local voice is given powers and authority, particularly around local community services and assets, it means that they have the greater ability to flex locally to meet those needs. But the challenge, of course, is there does need to be centralised vision, perhaps, or centralised budget delegation to make sure it fits within funding envelopes, and that can naturally create some tensions too. So I just wanted to give you perhaps something else and some other case examples as you think through these complex matters, and I'm very grateful for your feedback and any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Well, I'm sure you get plenty of questions. We'll start with Dale Marie, and then I think Ian, Roger, Liz and Claire. If we get that order, go for it.
E mihi ana kia koe I te rangatira mo tō kōrero I tēnei rangi. Was there, and I know you said that you looked at Westminster models, was there any chance to look at any Indigenous case models such like Northern Territories and how they work with their communities and how the mobs are set up? Because one thing that's pretty clear in some of these graphics in here, I see where Indigenous voices aren't represented. And yes, I pick up that last piece that you said around the statutory stuff. But yeah, were there any Indigenous models, since, you know, we're going to look at different models and old Westminster ain't that great, not for Indigenous communities, and especially those, when I saw that world shot, I went, oh, the worst places for Indigenous representation.
Yeah, so ngā mihi nui and aroha mai, because we acknowledge that feedback, and that's not the first time we've heard this feedback, and we absolutely acknowledge there's a lot of layers to complexity to it. So we did have a look at some other Indigenous, so we didn't look at the Northern Territories, simply because what evolved out of the Australian model, and people may see this on earlier presentations, is that the Australian model was heavily government enforced and very, very centralised. And it was basically, in most cases, it was, you will centralise and this is your model, and there is very little local representation. So that was seen a little bit out of scope. So we didn't dive much more into detail. What we did look at, though, based on feedback from earlier workshops, is we had a look at Finland, which has an interesting model in terms of how it represents local communities and its Indigenous communities there. We also were asked to have a look at case examples in India. And of course, I think the Tairāwhiti case example that you've reflected today is very important for us to look at as well. Those areas didn't amalgamate, but Finland had interesting case examples that they started off with their own 300 councils, and they naturally started amalgamating towards 200. All of the case examples, regardless of if you amalgamated or not, ultimately it comes down to the philosophy of how much local decision-making you want and the philosophy of how much representation you want in terms of the Indigenous communities. And to draw a slightly crass case example, and apologies to do this, it comes down to that question before. Does local representation cover rural representation? Or do you also need a rural framework to represent rural views in a more integrated, consolidated, and perhaps powerful way? And so you can maybe think of that case example in a similar way for te tiriti principles, iwi representation. So in other words, do you want iwi representation locally, or do you think it's important to have iwi representation across the region and locally? And therefore, is there a separate additional layer to it?
What do non-Māori have? Both. So we need both.
That's right, Ian.
And I might be skipping ahead to the next bit, so tell me if I am. In terms of the stated objectives of Head Start, is there any particularly strong correlation between one or t'other of the four models that you've just shown us to those? Any or all aspects of that? And then slightly different question. One of the first slides we looked at, we're looking at the different considerations, including the LGA considerations. Am I right in saying that actually there's part of Head Start that says, well, the LGA is there, but if you come up with something good that's not inside the current authority, tell us what you think it is. So we don't actually have to play within the bounds of LGAs. Have I understood that correctly?
So kia ora and thank you. So yes, to answer your second question first, we don't. We do understand that there may be a legislative review as part of this process, and we saw that with the Auckland Council Act as well. But the LGA is an important framework that we just thought as a starting point. It's a legislative framework and it covers some important aspects of council obligations. Then to answer your first question in terms of the Head Start criteria, perhaps the challenge, of course, is that there's no perfect answer. So somewhere in the middle may be the truth. But again, it depends on your views around the degree of local representation. And of course, if you have local representation, if you have alignment between local representation so that there is a degree of centralisation of direction, larger scale strategies and clear delineations of responsibilities and clear delineations of budgets, and that people work within a budget envelope, then local and centralisation can work together. That would be my observation from the options so far.
So I guess if I boil it down, I would say that there's two things that are really going to, turn the dial for this in terms of making it successful. One is what you just spoke to in terms of actually really getting the local representation right. The second, I wouldn't call it cost savings because I remain uncertain that this will result in cost savings. In fact, I don't think it will, but efficiencies. So i.e. things are done more readily and it's easier for people to get things done. If you just pick those two, does that help any?
So kia ora, again, a very good question. So to cost savings, in terms of your concern there, I do acknowledge that it is right to be concerned. Halifax had a budget savings forecast of 20 million, which they lost in the first year. They had excess costs of 24 million through even just the normalisation of salaries across the various councils. Auckland Council has seen savings, but over a longer period of time as procurement strengthened and as the services within the council, in other words, the directorates got more coordinated, more efficient in the operating model. Yeah, so it takes time, but there are efficiencies. And the efficiencies we can see are around the decision-making timeframes and the boundary issues. So currently where councils overlap but are dealing with regional decisions and regional requirements and regional spatial plans, but there's a lot of local overlaps. There's often lots of longer conversations, more complexities, and that can make decision-making slower. There are other efficiencies that larger councils have, notably around procurement power, but also potentially around central government engagement, negotiations, city deals or regional deals, aspects like that.
Right, thank you for that. Roger.
Yes, thank you. Really, really interesting, this information that you gave to us. And particularly some of the English models, which they've, 4,000 elected or whatever. I mean, I don't think we want to go down that path. And it's a shame that we can't think of a different word than parish, because I think parish has got that religious connotation to it, unfortunately. But I'm taking that the interpretation of parish means a community of interest. And so that, to me, goes more to the individual towns and their communities than sticking with this region. But very interesting, in the Halifax model, they actually had local boards with non-elected representatives on those boards. Now, I'm thinking that we've just had a government indicator or semi-edict come out that non-elected members would be frowned upon on any model of governance that they're talking about, which is a shame. I actually believe that specialist representation in some cases is a good addition to a local governance model. Do you think that in any way they would, and that's ethnic as well as specialist, so I'm talking about the concept of non-elected in general. Is there any way that that would be considered within any future proposal?
Thank you. It's a good question, and it's actually difficult for me to answer because I don't quite know also about the views, the political views that are evolving in this space. Perhaps it's the recommendation though is if you have a strong view that that advisory model is the right one, and there is clear evidence of why you think it is the right one, it seems that it may be a good proposal that could be included because our understanding is that this will be a discussion for further subsequent design afterwards. But perhaps just a comment around the advisory aspects. When advisory boards were created, in many instances, they often felt somewhat disempowered over time. And they felt that their advice was provided, but not necessarily listened to. And so again, it comes to that philosophy of how much do you want to listen to and deliver the local voice, or how much do you want to listen to the local voice? And will the governing body then be able to truly implement it if that local voice doesn't have perhaps the delegations or the budgets?
And that's if they become just advisory boards. But if it is actually a governance model that has elected representatives on it, and therefore has a decision-making power for what happens in the local community, are there any models where they bring in specialists from the community to add to the discussion?
So it's a good question. So the local boards in Auckland were a case example of being more advisory. Apologies to the local boards who are watching, but they essentially were more advisory until recent changes. But they would often get the expert advice in another format. So experts might be coming to a committee or might be coming to a local board meeting. And usually it was brought on through the officers who would be working on a project. So it was it was done through a procurement almost approach. And and sometimes that's useful because the advice and the expert advice you need will naturally change depending on the project that you're working on. So having a specialist expert there, unless it's done for a very consistent model, may not always be needed at that very point in time.
Right, thank you for that. We'll shift to Les.
Yeah, rural is still a major export source of income for this country. And I think you'll find that they've always said that they've never had enough voice for their importance. And I would also point out that most GMRIs are rural-based. So all these other European countries, New Zealand relies on its agriculture more than most of what you've put up here. The other thing is I'm about centralised control and the scale of what we hope for in reduce of rates. If we go for a centralised control over our larger councils or super councils, we are limiting the amount of businesses that can actually put in for contracts, and we are opening it up through outside control. And I can't see that being a benefit to reducing our rates if we go public.
Yeah, look, I understand what you're saying, and it's probably part of that building the plane, but if we're accepted, sort of stuff, but hear what you're saying, Les. There's going to be in any proposal we put in, assuming we are, which hopefully we are, there's going to be a lot missing. And that's the sort of thinking that needs to go in that 5 months or whatever that time frame is.
Procurement model and things
Yep,
like that. eh?
yep, yep, clear.
Thanks. I've I've got a number of questions, if that's all right. First one was taking your comment that it comes down to how much local representation you do want in your model. Is there a continuum on that, whether this also comes at a cost of the economies of scales and efficiencies? So would you definitely say that the more local voice and representation, it definitely does reduce those efficiencies?
It's a good question, and perhaps the case example I can draw from here is Auckland Council, because we went through a detailed analysis of how we can better support local boards as they get greater decision-making powers and assets under their control. And we did a specific business case to look at the council support structures that were needed. Because of course, as locally as you have greater decision-making power, there comes a requirement to meet all of the legislative obligations. That is a complex field in itself. There's a requirement to understand the cost benefit of making various decisions. There's a requirement to bring in those local experts who may be able to help you. So therefore, as a result of greater devolution, there was greater local board support. And that's an important aspect. So there's local board advisors, they have local board plans, there's additional budgeting support that is now being created to support the local boards. But these are also, we're seen as an important investment for local boards to make effective decisions given the important role that they played. So and the budget wasn't an enormously expensive budget, not to the point where it stopped the decision-making from being devolved to a greater extent. But naturally, the more complex entities are, typically the cost goes up. But again, it comes down to the operating model that ultimately CEOs will be responsible for helping implement too. So where Auckland Council saved a lot of money was by looking at, well, what are the important priorities that we need to focus on, but then also how do we deliver it? And just for example, in the Customer and Community Services Directorate, which is what I was the privilege of working with and leading, we completely changed our service delivery model so that we could align to local board decision-making. And we developed place-based organisational structures that weren't focused on silos anymore. It was focused on what do our communities need at place, and having the teams be more effective in their cross-department prioritisation at place, so that every area was acknowledged for having different needs and that people could flex those needs depending on that area.
That's amazing, actually. I'd really love to, if you could share that business case, actually. Yeah, that would be really great. And you also said that you were involved in the Auckland Council changes in the way the funding was, allocated or agreed with for the statutory and local boards. And I was just wondering, what was the driver behind those changes? So what you were trying to achieve, by making those changes?
Thank you. And so the driver was actually long before my time. It was commissioned, there was a report commissioned called the Stiven Report by Phil Wilson, who's the current CEO of Auckland Council. And it was based on feedback that the Auckland Council had evolved essentially not quite from the initial recommendations of the Royal Commission. It had evolved into something slightly of a different structure, and not everyone was perhaps happy with how it had evolved. And the reports had identified lack of clarity of decision-making, who's responsible for what, particularly governing body versus local boards, the lack of ability for local boards to be flexible in their decision-making. And so that prompted the governance framework review, and Phil and I were co-sponsors of that. And so I supported alongside Phil, and of course, lots of elected member conversations, very important conversations. What does this look like? What shape could it take? how would we make local board responsibilities clearer? How would we importantly empower them in those responsibilities? And it became clearer through that process that it wasn't just, well, here's your responsibilities and here's your list of things to do. It needed to come with a funding envelope. And that then shifted perhaps the stance of local boards from being more advocacy to, gosh, we've got the ability here to make direct changes in how our communities are served. But it's still in progress. The fair funding model is still being rolled out. It comes with a 50 million uplift, but it takes time for that to be implemented, and those costs, that funding has to come from other sources.
Right, thanks. I tell you what, thanks for that. I've got Dean, and then I'm just conscious of time. Katie, how much time do we need at the end of this to actually give you some steer here?
So we're really keen that we do go through this MCA criteria. So I think it would be really useful. And I think just before that, just to give you some comfort, Claudia is whetting your appetite for work that will particularly we'll get into detail, assuming that we're accepted into the Head Start program. And even if we're not, if we choose to continue to work together as councils for the actually more detailed design. The reason for bringing Claudia in to do this representation work for us all now is because it helps inform, when you then step back, about what's your degree of comfort about the kind of options and the strengths and weaknesses at the option stage, which is where we're at now. And so I think I just want to sort of reiterate that, because we could talk about this all week,
Yes.
And be excited about it. This won't be our last opportunity.
Right, thanks. Right, so Dean, I think we'll make you the last, well, you are the last on the list, and then we'll actually hand over to you to take us through the next part of the process.
Thanks, Mayor Mike. Some of my question was asked by Roger around the concept of unelected or volunteer representation. But what I did want to ask was, is there a distinction, as in volunteer, are they elected but unpaid, so they're working voluntarily, or do they just volunteer to be on these boards, and then how do they get appointed if they do it that model?
Thank you. It's a good question, because so the elected volunteers, some of them are paid, but the elected members, some of them are paid. Volunteers by definition are not paid, but they can be elected. So it's perhaps the seeking out members of the community who are interested in contributing. They won't be funded for that, but they do play an important role in sharing their community voice. The volunteer work is slightly risky in that it's difficult, can be difficult for people to commit their time. And of course, the more complex the decisions and the bigger the responsibilities, the more time it will naturally take. And so therefore, typically you would see people being paid for that work.
Right, thanks for that, Dean. Right, I'm going to hand over, but sorry.
That one. So that's a little bit like the World Cafe scenario thing we did with Aoki, isn't it? So using those groups to give us feedback into doing our plans, which seems to work quite well.
Yeah, good analogy. Right, so it's a workshop. Pip, I'm conscious too that you contribute at any point in time. So we're here to give you a steer of what to go and continue working on. I guess that's a fundamental part of what we're trying to do here today.
Yeah, so Katie's going to work through that. Katie's going to work through the multi-criteria analysis decision-making tool, which I think is going to help that, put some structure around it. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, thank you. I hope that this has been useful background information to then, like I say, lift up and think about, well, what does this mean when it comes to assessing the 5 options that you had against both the government criteria and the 5 principles that you've already agreed to. So what as staff we've done is run a multi-criteria assessment. This wasn't in your packs because we were only finishing it because we were waiting obviously for the feedback from the community to be able to do this work. So this isn't supposed to be a big reveal as a definitive answer for you, but it is supposed to help inform your discussions to confirm your preferred option and backup option. So just a reminder about what a multi-criteria assessment is. And obviously, this is a decision support tool. It's not a decision-making tool. And what we have done, as I say here, is do this process as staff individually and then go through a moderated process to be able to come up with this balanced assessment. These numbers are very small on the screen. Obviously, the slides will be intelligent for you to be able to dig in, but I think the point about here is that this is the government criteria in grey, and what we've then done is break down the government criteria into some of our understanding of what sort of makes up the government's interest in each of those criteria, and then rank those without needing to go through line by line. The important things to note down are obviously the overall scores at the bottom. And what you'll see is from a staff perspective, this is unweighted across the criteria, is that the one regional unitary model, option A, comes out as the highest score. And that then we have a reasonable drop to option B being future-proof, and then closely followed by the two catchment-based models. When it was interesting when staff went through this assessment, it really depends on the lens they brought to the importance of catchment management and the lens they brought to economic prosperity and how they thought about that in urban rural contexts. So there was a really rich discussion, which absolutely mirrors the kind of questions that you've been asking, and recognising that those factors are both important. I'll just run the two more slides. So this next one here shows you when we went through the same exercise against the 5 Waipa principles. Again, what you'll see here is that the full regional unitary model came out strongly on top, and that in this approach with your principles, the future-proof and the two regional unitaries then both scored equal as second, and particularly the do nothing did not come out strongly at all. So this is, overall, like I say, unweighted criteria. When you look at both our assessment against both the government criteria and the council principles, the full regional unitary came out as the strongest option. That was followed with the future-proof and the two catchment-based unitary models. And again, this is where sort of a discussion around any potential weighting that might be particularly important, then really might mean that if you have a backup option, you actually sort of tilt one way or another. And options around our mirroring our water CCO and the do nothing options scored less strongly, and both against the government criteria and your own principles. So the discussion that we'd really like to be able to support you have in order to confirm your preferred approach and your backup option, I think particularly around your backup option, given that the preferred criteria, the MCA assessment confirms your initial emerging preferred option around the single regional unitary, and the feedback from the community was really consistent with those principles, is the discussion that you've been having to date already. And that is, if you're going to have a backup option, what's the relative weight that you put on some of the decision-making criteria of the government and your own principles to be able to think about whether you have a strong preference as a backup option between your future-proof approach and the two unitary models. And I think what's important isn't just that decision, it's actually making sure that we understand and that we capture the rationale for that and what you're really leaning on around those principles, so that we can make sure that that comes through in the ongoing work that we present back to you. And perhaps just open that up for discussion. I can obviously go back to any of these slides to give you the numbers if you'd like.
Yeah, right. Yes, I'd like to do that. And also, Lisa, can you just quickly and just tell us what order? I know there was only 220 odd bits of formal feedback, but what order in terms of A, B and C options, A, B, C, D, sorry, just came through. Just we'll have, well, for someone like me, I'll have 3 bits of info. Right, so this one here, thank you. So this is Lisa's one, so if you need that info. And just whip back up those other 2 for us, that'd be great. Right, so that one is a government criteria. One, 2, or 3.
How is the individual, in terms of the individual 1 to 5s, there, what's the basis of the individual scores for the individual options?
That's why we ended up breaking. So this was a staff assessment, and we broke the criteria into about 40 something components of that, and then ranked them from 1 to 5, being 1 being the weakest delivery against the criteria and 5 being the strongest.
You just, sorry, Katie, for the councillors, there was a slide back about methodology used. I'll get there. Can you just describe the 0 to 5, Katie? Because that was helpful for me to understand, was not applicable, right, to strongly aligned or something like that, wasn't it?
That's exactly right. So you'll see here, this is absolutely the way we did it. So 0 to 5, 0 was not applicable, 1 to 5, and that sort of strength, with 5 being the strongest, is that staff assessment. And then, like I say, we staff did that individually, and then that was moderated with a discussion around the rationale, where there had been any differences between the staff assessment, to then actually land on a number, and which meant that we had confidence about the rationale for scoring the way we went through.
May I just ask a question?
Gotcha.
Thank you. Sorry if I've missed this. So the community feedback has not been weighted into these scores?
That's correct. The way we've considered this, and I think the way that Lisa talks, is that the sentiment from the community was that the sentiment was very consistent with the principles that you had. And so I think that rather than trying to take account of the 200-ish pieces of feedback, as Lisa said, that we didn't consider that was sufficiently sort of statistically significant to include individually. So we felt comfortable as staff that that if we then ranked these options against the council principles, we were actually being able to reflect the general community sentiment rather than doing it against just the 200 pieces of feedback.
All right, Roger, and then Les, then Ian. Just conscious we've got not much time. In the end, we need a result here, so just be conscious.
Well,
Just speak up. If you want to slide back up, just let us know.
Sorry,
this is opinion seeking now.
that's all right. Just want to see these numbers again.
Right, go Roger.
Yep. I think very clearly the first option comes out under all circumstances, which is good. And so really the decision is on the backup. I think the local opinion that we've heard, even though it's 200, I still think that that's quite strongly in favour of the second being option B. I also think that some of the vibes that we're hearing is that those regions that are further south of us, they've all got a variety of different ideas that they're probably thinking of. And to me, we appear to have, as a second choice, the coalition of the willing, that suggests that the future-proof entity is the stronger of the two of the 5 options. So to me, I'd go A and then B.
Can I just advise councillors at this point to be very careful about making decisions about what you think the other councils are thinking? What I'm strongly getting a view of from the executive too is that they've still got an open mind. So they're still like us canvassing their options. Some are not going through such a detailed process as this yet, but I'd be very careful about making assumptions about where others might land. I think the thing you do need to understand about this one in terms of our principles is that Katie's looking for direction about if you use the other two principles that she had proposed today for you to consider, then that still needs to be accounted for. They are not accounted for in this weighting. So it was, what was the first one, Katie?
Yeah, that's right. So it's true. Obviously, we haven't taken into account those three additional principles. So the three additional principles that we talked about earlier were maintaining a rural-urban representation balance, enabling strong placemaking, and respecting treaty settlements, including tūtara whaimana.
I'm sorry, I thought you were asking for our opinion here.
We are, absolutely. I think Katie will get to the next steps.
The opinion that you're seeking is what is our first choice and what is our backup choice.
That's right.
So that's what I've just given an opinion on.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess I just wanted to make sure that we hadn't clouded your view about what assumptions to make in terms of forming your view. That's all in terms of where others are at. That's all I was trying to make sure was that we hadn't clouded that earlier.
Let me ask you an honest question then. Do you have, as staff, have your set decision and opinion that you're trying to steer us towards?
No, we're just working through this process. No, that's why we're here today, using a multi-criteria analysis tool, because that's what we do in terms of staff to provide advice to you.
Against me.
Oh,
Right, hey, look, I tell you what, I'm actually, I'm only
sorry,
because of
Roger.
time.
It wasn't personalised.
So, yeah, so they are after a steer. And this is a case in point of the speed and haste. And I'd like to use a word that starts with R and ends with S. Ridiculousness of the pace. Yeah. Oh, just making sure I spelled it right. But this is a case in point of, we've just got some more information that is relevant, that is not part of. So we just have to make a decision, not a decision, but a steer on what we've got. Right. Was Les?
Just to clarify, are we voting now, or are we putting our preferences
So
through now?
it's just a steer. So we are going to give the staff a steer.
Yeah, so
That's
can
what
I
you're after?
suggest in terms of process, like say this is a steer, that if there are any questions for clarification, if there's anything else that you get an opportunity to ask them now, and then you might like to have a show of hands, and it will to confirm firstly around your preferred option and then around a backup option. And I think from the discussion that we've had, regardless of backup option, we've heard some of those components that are really important, and we'll obviously be able to keep working on those as we come back, and we'll be coming back to you in 3 weeks' time.
Yep, Liz, go.
Yeah, problem with A that I can see is it's got Hamilton in it, and until such time as you know what the form of governance is going to be with A, that's a problem. With the future-proof option, we risk getting cut up. Te Awamutu and Cambridge getting lumped in with the future-proof, and the rest going south or wherever. And the other thing is the public reaction to C. I think there's an instant dislike of anything that's got waters written in it.
Right, thanks for those comments, Liz. We've got Ian, and then we had Marcus.
I think I've forgotten the question. No, just in terms of making the next step decisions here,
Not decisions.
excuse me, the steer that we're
Yes.
asking staff to take on how we consider this. To my mind, I think the work on picking a model along what Claudia presented this morning is actually the more important part than the precise geographic boundaries, because those precise geographic boundaries are going to, we're not really masters of our destiny on that one. And if I think back to making a compelling submission, I think the deliverability angle is going to be key here, and efficiencies are going to be key here. And so I guess my question is, how sensitive did the staff believe the next piece of work is to those precise geographic boundaries? Because when I've just been sort of overlaying all the different options that everyone's thrown out there, and some of them are pretty damn close. And I think consensus across multiple councils is obviously going to be a more compelling story. So, yeah, how sensitive is what you do next to precisely which boundaries we pick is my question.
Yeah, the staff work that we're doing, we're trying to run in parallel to provide some evidence to guide you and to and so that we are ready with however councils around the region, including yourself, land, because we have limited time by the time we get there. So I think you're right, we are progressing the representation work, we are progressing some of the background evidence, and we will start drafting a proposal which is likely to have alternate paragraphs. It's likely to have all of those sorts of things in it, because we'll need to respond in the end to what elected member direction is. Because you're absolutely right in the way that you asked the question. There's, in the end, you've already identified that we're trying to make sure that we have a consistent voice, and with those principles across the region is going to be really critical. And that's not going to shake down until quite close to the time, because a number of councils, we're all in different stages of running through things like this MCA assessment. People are still, some of the councils are still open to their community feedback and are waiting to see that, and some don't even close until the end of July with that. And so a number of councils won't be in a position to make their final decision until almost the last minute. And I guess that the steer for us is at a staff level for us to be able to keep progressing on multiple fronts to keep supporting you. But the steer is really then for Mayor Mike and Steph to be able to keep going with the discussions that they're having with people throughout the region to understand where preferences we might lie and actually how we might be able to develop something at a principled level rather than, as you say, specific geographic boundaries is unhelpful. And not the way that we really need to approach the proposal that way.
To that end, not to make our job more difficult, would a steer on what we believe around those four types of delivery model that you've shown us today help, or are you going to continue to progress all four?
I think we should continue to progress that, and it will be something that comes back in 3 weeks' time at your next workshop. I think the most helpful thing is to confirm your preferred option. And then to signal, and if you end up saying actually there are pluses and minuses of a backup option, and that's where you land, which is sort of what I'm starting to hear on the table, that's still useful. That's still useful feedback and the purpose of a workshop.
Right, thanks. Look, at the end of the day, the mayors, and we've got an iwi Chairs Forum, sitting on your hands is not going to be beneficial, folks. We have to give them some steer. It doesn't mean it's final. That's in August. That's late July, I think it is, when we've got a formal meeting. But the bottom line is, and I don't know if I agree or disagree with what I've just heard, but we need a steer to take into the mayoral forum and any further discussions. You know, sitting on the fence is actually in the end not going to do us any good. It's just going to condense the decision we finally have to make. Right, hey, I'm conscious of a time, and actually we need to give these folks a steer, and we've got all the information we've sort of got. And so how do you want us to do this? We've got, if we start with option E, which is do nothing, maybe we can possibly clear that one first. We've done that. Happy with that? Right.
I suggest,
No, it isn't a vote.
that's right. I suggest that there's a show of hands, and I'll put it out there that what I've heard on the day and what the MCA criteria shows, both from the government's principles, government's criteria and your principles, shows that a single regional unitary is the preferred model. And I suggest that you have a show of hands to confirm if that is your preferred option, and then we'll get into the other options for any backup.
Perfect. So option A is a steer for a preferred option. Raise your hands. So that's
unanimous in the room and
yeah,
Pip
and we've got
online.
Pip on there also. Thank you, Pip. All right. So
You've got me as a
Yes.
as a positive.
Yes, we have, Pip. Yes, we have. All right, so
And then I suggest as a backup option,
Backup,
you
yep.
have, there are 3 options you can choose, and I'd ask that you choose one of them. And we'll just I'll bring up the,
Can I just say something else? Like, I'm wanting to know whether or not we could weight some of those criteria more heavily. For instance, the local voice or local representation. I'd really like, we talked about the rural, urban balance. I'd like that more highly weighted.
right, for right
The
now,
reality is you could weigh all of those. You could create whatever number you wanted by changing around the model.
right, sorry, we're actually going to continue with what we'd said. I hear what you're saying, but unfortunately, this is just the reality we are in. Nothing's hard and fast here. That's what we do need to understand. So a steer on option B is, at this point, your second steer, which is effectively future-proof, if we think of future-proof, Matamata Piako, no. Oh, yeah, you
yes,
can only vote
yes,
once.
please.
Yeah.
Please only vote
Yeah, no,
once
it isn't a
between
vote, it's a
option
steer.
B. Sorry, I beg your pardon,
Right.
a steer. Can we have that's right, that's right, an indication at this point in time on what your preferred backup option would be. And please put your hand up once between option B, option C, and option D. And I've just put so you know which options we're talking about on the top of this slide.
All right. So just to be clear, option C is the Waikato Waters model that includes Taupo. Option D is the basically following the Waikato River, but including Waitomo and
So it's 2 unitaries.
two unitaries, eastern and western. All right. So let's go B. Raise it hands. Yeah, which is effectively future-proof. B, 1. Right, I think you've got to steer there. C, which effectively is Waikato Waters. 0.
Pip online has his hand up
Sorry,
for option C.
C, 1, Pip, sorry, well done. And option D, which is following the catchment.
Guys, can I on that basis? I mean, I'd probably go around on option D.
Right, thank you, Pip. So just hands up again. Right, so that's the numbers add up. All right, so
Thank you.
just to reiterate to the public, though, this is still not a fait accompli. It is a steer to the staff to continue working. Look, the mayors, the chairs, and a whole bunch of other people are still in behind doing a whole lot of work on this. Yeah, that will be brought back to subsequent meetings. But thank you all for those who have contributed out in the community for all the work that's been done by staff. Okay, Claudia, you folks, and everyone else in between. Right, without that, because I know Deputy Mayor has given me the hurry up because she's got a lot on. So we've got a 10-minute break, folks, and we'll come back and we will be, no, we're going to come back in 10 minutes, okay? And then we'll start on time. Thank you all.
Morning, everyone. I'll just bring us back to order after our morning tea break. Welcome to our Levels of Service workshop, our second one. I want to welcome Ange Holt and Charlotte Fitzpatrick from our two community boards here with us. So important that you guys are here and feeding into this process, and it's great to have you. And also a huge thank you to the team behind all of this work. It has been a lot of work putting the material together. Bridget, Anthea, Daisy, Gemma, Katie, George, your whole team. I really appreciate also all the work at pace that you did following the first workshop, and all the feedback that we had has really been incorporated in today's materials. So thank you very much for doing that. You'll remember from our first workshop that we went significantly over time because we were so keen to be feeding into this process in the way that we did. We can't really afford to do that today, so I'm just going to encourage everyone to keep their comments as succinct as possible so we can hear from everybody and just work through every service. Mayor Mike needs to excuse himself at 12 p.m. And I want him to be involved in as many of these discussions as possible. What I'll do is I'll run the workshop like Councillor Monty did, where I will keep the questions and indications and the timekeeping, and then Katie will lead the level of service material. And just remember, for each service, we're not voting on anything. We are either giving staff the steer that we want them to investigate a lower level of service, leave it at the status quo, or investigate a higher level of service. You'll see in the plan that we're also looking at the Community Aspirations Project. The staff have put them up on that whiteboard there. Naturally, we are all going to want to speak to or for the projects that we really want to progress. If we run out of time, what I will just do is go to that indication where I'll ask you to raise your hand if you want to progress that particular project. We simply will not have the time to hear everyone's discussions on every single project. I'm sorry for that, but it just will have to be that way. Right, that being said, thank you, Katie. I'll hand over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming back for round two. And I hope that today we can build on the momentum that we had that we built during the day last time. So you've got the outline here. We are covering the rest of the outward-facing activities today. And again, just to reiterate, got it in red, we've got an exclamation mark. Obviously, we're not asking for you to determine levels of service, as Joe says. We are seeking that direction of where you would like us to investigate further. And so just that reminder. And I'm going to read this sort of keep holding us as we remember about what do less, status quo, and do more means that way. So if you want to do less, it means you want staff to investigate what a lower level of service might look like, and what the associated costs, trade-offs, risks and impacts might be. If you want to maintain the status quo, it means you don't want us to investigate any changes to level of service. However, we will give later consideration to how those services could be delivered, and we'll continue to note them on the whiteboard as we did last time. If you want us to do more, then you want staff to investigate what a higher level of service might look like, and again, the associated costs, trade-offs and risks. So that's the steer that we're after. We've just put these, again, these are the slides that you've seen before so that you can understand the runway, and the feedback today will obviously be using to prioritise and analyse the staff over the next little while. And this is exactly the same as the material here, but we will get to feed into the LTP budgeting service, and just a reminder that we'll be reviewing our support services in September, so we're not covering them off today. This is the slide that was also in the pack last time, but again, to sort of tune us in, given that we've just come from a different workshop before morning tea, and put us in a level of service headspace, then it's worth reiterating the size of the financial gap that we're investigating, and that levels of service are one of the main levers that we have, but obviously not the only lever that we have to be able to achieve that reduction to pulley to influence operational costs. I think we realised last workshop how hard that is, and it will require tough decisions and trade-offs later. And so that guidance that you give us today will make sure that you've got really good quality evidence to support those trade-offs later. We've provided this slide and the next one to recap the direction that we received from you at last Thursday's workshop. As you can see, there's a lot of grey where you would like to maintain the status quo. You've identified 4 areas for us to investigate doing less. 2 are on the next slide, which I'll flick to in just a moment, and those are in the orange, and 5 overall areas to investigate doing more. We'll update this and show this to you again at the end of the day based on the activities that we've gone through today. I think it's important to remember and just remind ourselves where we landed last time. So this is the second slide of the list that we went through. Before we get into the list on the board, as per the discussion, we're going to start first with community aspirations, and George and I will play a bit of a tag team, but this is where the tough considerations really do get real. We know there's a number of projects that are really important to you and to our communities. Today is deliberately a really quick exercise, as Joe's already indicated. So rather than trying to debate the merits of any of these projects, the question for you as staff is there anything missing? The first question here. And is there anything that we can take off the table? So rather than asking it that way round, the helpful thing will be to do is to be able to seek a show of hands whether there is, whether you are interested in investigating this further. If any one of you is interested in investigating this further, that is what staff will do. If no one is interested in us investigating it further, then we'll cross it off the list. And that's the way we'll get the indication. So we're not trying to take a majority view at this stage. We're not trying to seek that at the moment. This is just for us to be able to make sure that we've done the deeper dive so that you've got the information to make those trade-offs later. So if you're happy with approaching it that way, and I think we'll just pause and make sure that that approach is going to work for you before we go through this list.
Thanks, Katie. And just confirming, if a project doesn't progress further from today, it doesn't disappear completely, does it? It still exists. It just means that you are not going away and doing that deeper dive investigation in it.
Correct.
Right. Thank you. Is everyone happy with Katie's, Mike?
Through the chairs, to clarification, if there's things up there that down the track, so what I want to know is this, funded or unfunded doesn't make any difference.
That's correct. And just as we've talked about with other levels of service, if there are different service delivery models, then obviously those will be something that we investigate. And particularly these sorts of projects, almost all of them lend themselves to the opportunities for partnerships of some sort with others, and those are exactly the sorts of things that we would continue to investigate as staff.
Right, and the only other thing I've got to make a comment, and it's for the last council, and to me it's sort of inaccurate in terms of projects important to elected members. I personally don't believe sports field lease model was part of the last council would have put that on there. It's a new council, totally understand that, but.
Thank you. Any further questions for Katie before we carry on? Oh, Claire, sorry.
Thanks. I just want to understand what para kore is about actually, because I've never seen any detailed description of it.
We did have some material sent around last night, I think, but yes, a little bit more on it would be really helpful. Thank you. Marcus, did you want to jump in real quick?
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, right.
Yeah, let's go through them one by one.
Yeah.
Get there. Is that okay, Claire? And we'll have a good discussion.
We'll go through those one by one. I'm going to make sure that you can have the information you need. But I'll just remind you, and thank you, Joe, for reminding me, the appendices that were in your pack last week, and then missed as we loaded everything into Diligent yesterday. I then circulated by email last night so that you've got those appendices that give you a bit of an outline as well. So if you'd like information about the projects, then that's the best place to look in the first instance. All right, we're going to take these one by one. And so again, a show of hands for each for support for a deep dive into these. So, and we'll be getting a tick up on the board if you would like us to, and we'll be crossing it off the list if we don't see any hands. That's the way we're doing it today. So take it one by one. We'll start with Te Arawai.
So we're doing a show of hands.
A show of hands if you would like us to do a deep dive. So we'll note both the level of support, but obviously if it gets at least any one hand, we will continue.
Just for clarification on Te Arawai, if we raise our hand, does that mean that we're actually looking at what we're doing with the building and all that stuff as well? Or is it just the Te Arawai project itself?
I'm assuming just the project, and it's a steer. If you want staff to go away and do more detailed work on this project.
It's a steer on the project. The ancillary updates will be coming to you. The ancillary and related updates will come to you through the normal channels, Marcus.
So can we just have that show of hands?
Could we have the show
again
of
for
hands
Te
again?
Arawai?
And just
Nice
like
and
last
tall.
Thursday, if we can ask that you raise your hand quite clearly, and then staff can just make sure that we're capturing that as well.
Great, thank you.
The Cambridge Library. The Cambridge Town Hall. The Te Awamutu Tupirongia Cycleway.
Sorry, can I ask for a piece of clarification on this? Look, I know the figures shouldn't be mentioned, but I just need to clarify for myself. I've heard some figures from 25 million, 11 million. I just want to know the quantum. Someone please tell me the quantum of what this project is set down for.
Do you mean for Te Arawai, or do you mean the
No,
Piranha
for
Cycleway?
the Te Awamutu Pirongia Cycleway. I've just heard of numbers I haven't never seen, I don't think.
Okay.
Can I just interrupt there? I haven't seen them either, Mike, and I'm really reluctant to put figures into this space that haven't come through exec or been tested yet internally, because you might make decisions based on that actually I can't verify for you. So I'm reluctant to do that at this point in time. I think if you're interested in some more work done on it, because of the public interest in that project and then you're well within your rights to ask us to bring some further information back, is what I'm saying, Mike. And it would be useful to know.
I think without those numbers, we still need to carry on, and we'll yes.
Just super
So,
quickly,
Ange?
because there is talk of an alternative route instead of the very expensive one, isn't there? So that could change it quite a lot.
Yeah, and this is just a steer for the staff to go and investigate the project further. Delmarie, did you have a question or comment?
I'm a little bit confused because some of the stuff that I see in here should already have had deep dive, like Te Arawai. Are we going to do more? And then Cambridge Library for me is a given to stay in there. Town Hall, was kind of, because I know we've done lots of stuff in there. Te Awamutu Tupirongia, we have only done zip. And that to me looks like a legacy project that we would have to go out and get external funding for. If that's the deep dive, I'm on. Yeah.
I think it would be really good to clarify that for the councillors about what we mean by it. So it's going away saying what would more, what would less look like without actually taking 2 years to actually do the due diligence on the project, right? It's within the scope of time and resource we've got to come back to you to have a look to say, yes, we can keep it on the table and it's within these realms, or it's a project that's going to require another X amount of time with this kind of scale of budget.
So, sorry, I'm also still a little bit confused, so I'll just delve in to make sure I understand. So like coming up next, the curbside refuse collection, we absolutely have a decision to make on whether what we do with that in terms of the long-term plan. But are we saying that we still need to do more work on that in order for us to be able to make a decision? Because I thought we already knew about that, and it's just going to come down to whether, there's going to be a decision on whether we can afford to keep it in or what year we phase it in or whatever it might be. So I wouldn't vote for that one because I think we know what we need to know, but I probably would try and keep it in the LTP.
Yeah, so can I just maybe help with that a little bit? I guess this is giving you the opportunity early on to give us an indication of what you would like to consider within the LTP. So while you may have a lot of information already, if you still want it to be considered, you need to let us know. And it might be that it's just a refresh of that information that you've had previously as we work through the capital and OPEX budgets. What we're trying to do is give you an early opportunity to signal to us now.
Well, I'd like you to investigate all of them. So what?
That may be the
Why wouldn't I
outcome.
want you to do all of those?
That may be where we
So-
land. That may be
So
where
we
we
need a
land.
bit more of a steer than that, like.
Yeah, wouldn't it be quicker? Wouldn't it be quicker just to say which ones we don't want now, rather than just going in one? Well,
So in this, can I just interrupt? Just in the staff's defence, you all have different views about these projects and we get approached singularly and individually by you about all of them and by members of the community all the time. This is supposed to be a robust, transparent process where you all have a conversation and you get to hear each other's views across the table. If you end up with all of them on the table for us to say, yes, we want them, we want you to do this piece of work, that's fine. But we want to have gone through a thorough and a methodical process whereby you've looked, you've had the conversation about each of them. If that's okay, please. If you can get through that quickly, great. But are you
Let's carry
clear
on.
about what we're asking? So we're not going to go away and do another business case on them. We're saying we're going to do a summarised view of what more or less would look like.
Everyone clear with that? Should we carry on? And just remember, if just one of us wants to progress it, it will be progressed. Okay. So let's carry on. I'd like to carry on because I
Yeah, do you want to
That's
test
correct.
that? Is that what? Katie, can I please just, confirm that with, if one person says they want to carry on with it, we will do that extra piece of work.
Absolutely. So then that you can have an informed discussion next time as a whole group. That's right. So based on that understanding, what I suggest is that we just double check around the last item that we just talked around Te Awa Mututu Perongia Cycleway. And we've noted, as you say, that those are the comments where we have less information at the moment relative to some of those other cornerstone projects that are noted in that column. And so we know that that's an area where we'll obviously need to be doing more work than some of these others to be able to bring it back. This is also an opportunity to make sure when we bring it back, we're bringing it back to you in a consistent enough form for you to at least compare apples with other things in a fruit salad, so that that will hopefully support some of that trade-off discussion that you have as well. But absolutely note that, like you say, there are some, particularly in these in this next line, there will be some things that actually there is little or no choice about whether you do something. The question is, how much do you do? How quickly do you do it? And what is the level of service you want to provide for it?
Before we carry on, Roger, did you have a question?
Yeah, no. I just have a little bit of a challenge with this approach because it's unlikely that we're going to have many of these that are excluded. And I'm really concerned, about the fact that we're looking at an LTP that starts at a low figure in terms of rates. There's an issue with what we've got both financially and staff time. And if we're asking staff to go and put some area or some degree of time into these, I'm really worried that we're actually, that's a waste of time because we will not be able to afford the projects when we come to actually studying the dollars and cents and an affordable rates increase.
Can I make a suggestion through you, Jo, then? Can I just ask staff, and this is an iteration, because this is the first time we've done this deep dive on levels of service, if there are projects that councillors know that there will be significant funding challenges for, or other challenges, do you want to create a list, which we talked about, where in the LTP, we want to keep projects live, but they might be unfunded, or they might be beyond the 10-year scope of what we think is realistic, but we don't want to lose sight of them in the conversation for our communities. So would you like to create a list, or is it possible to create a list? And happy to leave you to, yeah.
I think that's a list then of things that are great ideas, and maybe they go forward without any funding associated with them so that they are not dropped into the chasm.
That's right. We have
But I
unfunded
don't,
projects in the
we've got to
LTP.
be realistic that we don't have the money to play with.
George,
Can I just say something? I guess this is when we say we're starting from here and trying to get down to here. So we could bring you a list and we'd probably have the same conversation. So we need a bit of a steer from staff around what to do. And I think the recommendation by Steph, or the proposal around actually signalling which ones we realistically know we're not going to be able to afford right now, and putting them and so we don't go away and do a massive piece of work on that. We're not intending on doing a massive piece of work for all of these. It will really depend on it. Some of these, we've already got a screed of information that you've already got, right? We're not going to go and do any more work on that. But there are some where we don't have a lot of information, and some new councillors who may not be across it at all. And there may be things that have changed since you made the decision last time within the LTP. So as staff, we'll make a judgment call around effort in terms of helping make decisions, but not going over the top. But this is giving us an early indication. And it's also giving a sense of, yes, we've got constraints. It's like the level of service conversation. It's all grey. So if we've got 20 ticks up here, then another conversation needs to be had by elected members.
And I guess this is just the first conversation. We do have to start somewhere, and this is that somewhere, and we'll come through the funnel. Claire.
Yeah, and happy to start the conversation. And a lot of the projects that are out the Pirongia way, I do know that there's a willingness to fundraise or seek external funding. So I do support this process of identifying them, because I hope there's going to be a bit of a chance to see whether or not, so it won't be rates funded 100%, but, you know, could there be a partnership approach or a way of funding it externally, you know, like exploring those two. So how would that work?
Suggestion to staff is, I think that we work on the basis that we're always doing that. That's not an anomaly, and it's not something new. We're always looking for partnership approaches. Long gone are the days where council can put their hand up and put 100% of the funding in, except if we're legal, if it's a compliance issue or a legal issue. So I think we're going to work on the basis that if I'm looking at those, there's very few up there, except for maybe the curbside food waste collection if we were to do it, because these are ones that are funded out of government, etc. So they're peculiar or unique. But pretty much most of those on that table we would be looking for external funding for. Now, some of them might be 80% external funded and 20% council funded. Some might be reverse. Whatever happens, that still requires quite a lot of council effort to make that happen. So I don't want there to be a view that if we're going to get partnership funding, it means no work for us, because it will still mean staff time. It might still mean capital investment. It might still mean operating expenses, right? So I think if you're happy to, we'll work on the basis that for the vast majority of them, we will be looking for external partnership. And we do know, we've got strong signals from the community, as you say, Claire, that on some of these, they've got a really strong interest in showing leadership and leaning into those projects. Would that be a helpful assumption just to make for them? Katie, are you okay with that?
What I propose we do is just take a 2-minute adjournment, get ourselves together, work out the direction that we're going to carry on, and we'll come back. That way we can have a little bit of a discussion about the next steps. Thanks, everyone.
thank you. I think that's a good approach. I really don't want to make this more work. But in that, I mean, I think there's a scope description here already in, the back of this paper. So just as, but just as much as we know today, what the CapEx is and what the OpEx is. I'm not asking, if we don't know, we don't know. I'm accepting of that. But if we do know, just having that in there, just because this is going to come down to prioritization at the end of the day. And I know it's not all about the dollars. It's not, it really isn't. But it's just, if you're going to have to make those calls, the relative value is meaningful when we're making those compromises.
Good point. And yes, I absolutely
Absolutely.
agree.
So we'll note that to make sure that we take that away. And I guess that's exactly the feedback that you provided us around the level of service activity information that we provide. It's just exactly the same approach. Yeah.
Thank
We
you.
can definitely
So
do that.
Katie, we will move now, I'm assuming, to any projects that we feel might be missing from this list. Okay,
Correct. And
great.
again, what I suggest is that if there is anything else, we put it on the board, that there's enough of an explanation provided about what people need. So again, there's a common understanding at this point about what that project might be. But again, we won't discuss the merits of the project at all at this point. If there is anything missing, that'll be the work that we do and bring back to you.
Great. Right. Open up to anyone. Claire.
Yes, so two possibilities are the Ohaupo Memorial Hall and public toilets for Nahanapuri, the Red Memorial Park. Yeah.
Thanks, Claire. Dean.
So I've got three, and with a little bit of an explanation.
Sorry, could you
for each
pause
one.
just for a moment and we'll just
Sure.
make sure we've got them written up here.
Dean.
I'm glad I'm next then, George. Do we want a bit of a background explanation if it's brief?
No, happy for you just to list the projects. Yep.
Okay. So an outdoor pool for Te Awamutu for the Aquatic Centre. I do have background if you want it.
You could circulate that to us via email if you like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rejuvenation of the Temeri Rose Gardens in the precinct, which is a project that's been approved by the community board and is actually hopefully underway, broken down into little bits and pieces that are achievable is how we're approaching it. The Rose Gardens and the Rose Gardens precinct in Te Awamutu. And the last one on my list is the home for the Climax 1317 steam locomotive. And for those of you that don't know what that is, it's a project where a train was taken out of the Memorial Park at the beginning of the century. And Lions volunteers raised $300,000 and put in 12,000 man hours voluntarily to get it back fixed up, and it's sitting in a shed waiting for a house.
Right, thanks.
That was
Dean.
promised.
I'm going to go to Roger and then through
Holmes
to
Garage,
Ange.
it could go in Holmes Garage.
Yeah, thanks. Just one from me, and that's the community centre in Cambridge.
I mean, like a community hub? Yes. Okay, great. Then I had Ange.
Playground / skate half pipe for the western side of Kihikihi. We will need some support from the LTP in regard to where it may be able to go. We've got a good fundraising opportunity there with Te Paparoa, but we would definitely need it to be included to be able to have a site. So
Western Kihikihi skate park, is that right?
we can put playground. It's not going to be a skate park like a bowl, so I would tend to call it a playground / not sure what, half pipe. Could I call it a skate park?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yep, leave it, George. Thank you.
That's fine.
Thanks,
I'm sure
Ange.
you know what you mean.
Marcus?
Yeah, to further expand upon that, the whole Kiki Redoubt, with the work that we've done, the Riding for Disabled, activation of the Kiki domain and the skate park kind of all rolls into one project. Seems to have dropped off the books. No, I think
I can come back to you. All good. Mayor Mike?
It's a little bit different, but it ties in with this Te Awamutu Centre rejuvenation project, and it's a capital project in terms of any costs incurred with redirecting heavy transport out of there for part of a day. So I'm not sure what would be needed there, but it's part of, but it's sort of separate.
Ange?
Sorry, I just thought of one other part, and that was to be able to, part of the Te Awamutu upgrade would be to create a linkage from Sloane Street down into the George Street car park. It's something that Community Board have been asking for before my time. So to actually have a walkway along McDonald's, a safe walkway for them to, and link those two places together better. Thanks.
Sorry, Ange, that was create linkage from Sloane Street to.
To the warehouse, that would be the easiest way to put it.
Roger?
That's what we're not talking about aspects of, say, Cambridge connections that embody a whole host of.
No, absolutely not.
Because I've got a list.
I bet.
here.
We all do. We all do. No, all of those considerations are encapsulated in the transport strategy, Cambridge Connections.
you.
Absolutely.
I was just thinking of the skate park and the Kihi's domain was the whole kind of all linkage together. Yeah.
Great. Anybody else before we move on from this? This is our time. Obviously, staff will still accept ideas going forward, but this is just, no. Okay, let's move on. Thank you, Katie.
Thank you. And thank you for being prepared to be agile and learn as we go about the best way to keep reflecting this. All right, we're going to move back now to the work, just continuation of the work that we're doing last Thursday. So just ask, George is going to introduce this and then we'll get kick into it.
Cool, thanks, Katie. So we're going to follow the same process that we did last time, but with a few enhancements. So thank you to councillors who gave us suggestions. So basically, we will have each activity as we had with the different services. The activity manager will give a brief description of the service, and then Joe will we'll get a show of hands, basically. What we've also tried to do is put some financials against them as best we can. Now, I'm not going to shout it, even though it's got an exclamation mark, but just wanting to be really clear that these are indicative estimates only. Some of these are harder to produce for staff than others. So just putting that into perspective. So this gives you a scale, right, more than an actual number. Some of the services have been split out or bundled a little bit differently than what might be in your first pack that you received, okay? And we will summarise this at the end in terms of what that gap is looking like and how we're going against it. I won't do this again. Katie has already described what these are, so we'll move on into our first group of activity for today, which is community services and facilities. No, it's property.
Welcome, David.
Property, yeah. Part of.
And welcome, Barbara, as well. Over to you, David.
Kia ora koutou. What does property do? So we asset lifecycle management of council's owned land and buildings, valued at $575 million. Land and property acquisitions and disposal for growth-related areas. Management and service provision of council's pensioner housing and residential houses. 210 community and commercial leases. Delivery of property capital projects, maintenance and renewals across the asset. Manage 283 hectares of forestry. Manage 4 town halls, 2 in Kihikihi, 1 in Pirongia and 1 in Cambridge. And then manage key sites, Cambridge Town Hall and the Katapura Lake Domain.
Great, thank you.
So the slide is self-explanatory, so I won't dive into that.
Any questions just on that before we carry on, Claire?
Yes, thanks. I was interested in the pattern there that up until 26, 27, the greys section, other expenses quite high, and then it reduces down along with depreciation. And I was wondering whether or not that's dependent on the sale of some properties, and how realistic is that we actually might be needing to keep probably that 26, 27 profile going forward, actually. Yeah, and I was interested in the breakdown of what is in the other expenses. Yep, thanks.
Yep, so other expenses are across when you think about council portfolio, rates, electricity, gas, insurance, building, plumbing, electrical services, day-to-day running of the business, pest control, cleaning, building compliance, general maintenance, interest on existing loans, waste disposal, non-capitalised work, office furniture, security, consultancy, water reticulation, graffiti removal, planning and property tree care. So that's going across the financial portfolio. That's what the other expenses are. That's all the ongoing outgoings.
So that drop down is in anticipation of your portfolio reducing?
In the 27, 28,
Yeah.
that would be rationalisation.
Yeah.
We've got a couple of rationalisation
And
projects.
are you confident that that will be achieved? Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah.
it's hard to
okay.
say.
Yeah.
Case by case.
Roger, sorry.
Open for general questions now, David?
Mhm.
Yes, two questions then. First of all, can you give us the reason why we're into forestry investment?
Okay, history on forestry.
No,
Fire.
not a deep.
Yeah,
I
yep,
just-
yep, yep.
I just need the right,
two
because it doesn't
seconds.
seem to be.
Yep, 5 previous counties owned that block of land and invested it for 2 reasons, one for investment and one for water conservation and cleaning, because the forestry was at 2 water tanks, Sainsbury and Te Tahi, that fed Parongia. As those counties dropped out, Waipa incurred their value, and it's seen as a commercial investment for the business.
So it's really just as an investment?
Mhm.
Hmm.
And we do have a lease up there of a
Right.
mountain bike park. Yeah.
Okay, and the second one is, have we ever investigated, and is it possible that we would become a CHIP, community housing provider?
Central government hasn't entertained local government to be CHIPs, but they have encouraged us to work with CHIPs. And an example would be Vale Court, how do
Yeah,
they
that's right.
organise?
So there is an advantage, is there not, for our users of that service, for them to be under a CHIP?
CHIPs are typically new builds, and that's feeling out there at the moment. There's not a lot of CHIPs that will buy old asset. So as far as service goes, I think council provides a more wraparound service for our pensioner housing versus a CHIP. CHIP is more a commercial venture and a return on profit.
Yes, if it's a quick one, Claire. Yep.
Yes, it's just on the forestry assets. Yeah, note it is a commercial operation, but that land is also well used as a community reserve or asset. Yeah, and in fact, could be a candidate for a regional park.
Thank you. Back to you, David. Oh, Ian, have you got a
I was
question?
just going to say, can we move to voting to keep us the time?
Yeah,
Excuse
absolutely.
me, indicating.
Yes, yep, that's
Rescind
where I
the
was
word
heading.
voting.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a capital spend. If anybody's got any questions on that.
No, are we happy to move to our indication? That's what I'm hearing from everybody. Right, okay. So just go to the end here.
So I'll just take questions on these.
Yes, yeah. Is there any questions for David just before we carry on and go to that show of hands?
Just a very quick one. David, just in regard to the safety of the customer support area, what where are we talking about there?
It's just the front desk.
So since we've done all of these pull down things, there's still ongoing safety issues.
The pull down things.
Yeah, sorry, the grills,
The
that's the
grills,
word.
that's for securing the building after hours.
Yeah.
These three rooms are open to the public after hours, and those grills are put in there to ensure that the building is secure when that use is happening. The safety aspect is for dealing with disgruntled customers.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a health and safety risk.
Cool, thank you.
Just on that point, Ange, I'll just say to you, there's a lot of work done amongst a whole lot of councils across the country about what good customer service areas look like. And we are a long way behind the 8 ball with that.
Okay, Ian.
Just trying to understand the council occupied sites, yeah. So we're not meeting our level of service. So are you saying with the status quo that would return us to our expected level of service? And following on, I'd like to do both. So I'd like to get us back to our level of service, plus also looking at rationalising our office space and selling things off. So I don't see that as doing less. I see that as. So anyway, I'm just, you know what I mean?
So just for point of clarification, for consistency of the workshop last time, what we said status quo was what it is right now. So status quo isn't the intended level of service, it's right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Level of services at the moment.
So we're not suggesting we go back to what our intended level of service is here.
Well, if you
Yeah,
indicate
we
that
are
you want
only
to increase it,
suggesting
then
Okay, but David is suggesting we either leave it at status quo or we do less.
That's what we're doing at the moment. So I can go into a little bit of detail if you want. We do a condition grade assessment across all of our offices. Desired grade is 1.5. This building's sitting at 1.98. 1.98. So that is classified as a moderate to poor building. So when we're looking at what we do from an asset side of it, we look at the componentry renewal, that brings up the condition grade.
Yeah, yeah.
I think the unique thing with property, Iron, is that how much do you invest to bring it back to service if it's not your long-term goal and aspiration to actually maintain the level of service going forward, potentially at a cheaper rate. Excuse not mean as in striked rate, but at an affordability measure. So that's the peculiarity of property. So George, on that basis, can you just confirm again that it's current is current? And more or less means you need to put your hand up for it, but you can express what that means for you as well.
Any more questions before we go to our show of hands? No? Okay, so this is for council occupied sites. Please put your hand up nice and high if you would like to do less on this level of service. Okay, and a hand up if you would like to keep the status quo. And I think there's no one left to do more. Is that correct? Anyone that I missed that wanted to do more in this area? I don't believe so. No. Okay, thank you. Did the team capture that okay? Great. Okay, thanks, David. Happy for you to move on.
So these are community properties. I'll take it as read and take questions.
Questions on this, councillors, or are we happy to go to our indication? Claire, yep.
A lot of these relate to the Karapiro Lake Domain, and just your opinion, David, on the value of upgrading, doing those renewals and upgrades in that area, given the significance of the economic, I suppose, value to the whole district. Yeah, just on that.
Yeah, so it does return a $25 to $30 million return to the community through the event program that happens out there. The asset is old. The Rob Waddell Sir Don Rollins is the youngest, 209. We're looking at 16 years of hard use. I think probably Friday summed it up really well. We have a revenue budget out there. We can ring fence revenue budget out for renewals if there's a concern about ratepayer funding going to those renewals.
And how would we vote for that, the ring fencing of revenue on our yes status quo and less, I guess.
Well, status quo will deliver what's required in the renewal program. But if you choose to look for alternative funding measures, then that would be the resolution to utilise that revenue budget. So you've got user pays.
Oh, so they do less. Yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Roger?
And just a quick point of clarification. These community properties, we're also talking about the district halls
Yes.
or the community halls. And currently are they owned by council or are they allocated to a trust?
So we have a mix. We have council owned, Ki Memorial Court, Ki Town, Parongia Memorial and Cambridge Town Hall. The others are typically leased by a committee, owned by the community and sit on council land.
But they could be divested to a community trust.
Yes.
And
That would be do less.
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, can I just remind, we're not talking about delivery models here, service delivery models. It's just around levels of service and how that could be done can be brought back.
okay, and then we'll go to our indication.
That was my point,
Okay.
because I'm inclined to do more, but only on the basis that Claire just described. So, and then particularly around that Rob Waddell thing, I think that needs a separate conversation. So if I'm trying to indicate, I think we should look into doing more here, but I'm not convinced that that's going to go in the rates. I should vote do more.
Let's do this.
I actually think we should do more and turn this, do more might end up spending less if we do more.
That's right. I think that this is what we're going to need to keep just checking it about all day. That's right. If you want things to still look like they do out there, then vote for status quo regardless of how they are funded. If you want a higher level of service, regardless of who funds them, then vote for do more. And obviously, if you're happy to reduce what they look like out there, vote for do less. That's right. And then we keep this distinction between the delivery model, where there are particular areas that elected members think are more obvious to look than others around different service delivery models. And of course, we'll kind of capture that, but it's not the purpose of today. We'll just note it and move on. But it does help. It helps you lock in whether you want to maintain status quo or change a level of service as your indication to staff.
Thanks, Katie. That was a good explanation. Les?
You know, under the do less, you've got case by case basis. It'd be good to see that in a do more too, case to case basis.
Just clarify your point, Les.
You've got case by case basis in your do less, but in your do more, you don't have a case by case basis.
Yeah, so I mean, we could do that. I mean,
Okay,
the case by case basis is on divestment of investment. So that takes a lot of work to be done.
Okay.
When you do show of hands, if there is an exception, then
Yeah.
we can note it.
Okay, let's do that. Right, so community properties, if you would like staff to investigate a lower level of service, could you put your hand up, please?
And I'm particularly talking about more user pays and
3.
divesting of some
Thank you.
community assets.
Sorry, I know I'm interrupting, but what I just heard from you is that you want us to investigate a different service delivery model and how it's paid for, which is not what you're being asked to show an indication from. If you would, so just
No, that's
clarify
fair.
again.
Yep, please clarify.
So that's what I heard. So I just want to check in. If you would like the community properties to have the same level of service regardless of how they are paid for and who pays for them, if you would like the same level of service, then that's what you vote for status quo, which is what I thought I might have heard from you. I may have got that wrong, but I just want to make that really clear. So and perhaps
Just one of the examples in the information that we're given for do less, increase user charges. So it's in there. So that's what's determining my response. So it's quite clearly increase user charging or seek commercial returns for community facilities. So that's
Yeah.
determining my response there.
I'm not surprised. That's a, thank you for noting that. I suggest that if we can ignore that bottom bullet point in the terms of voting, we will note on the board around the interest in investigating the user charges or other means of payment for this area. And then if you can then remove that from your thinking, then we can perhaps have a purer vote about whether this is a level of service. So I apologise if
No,
that's
all
kind
good.
of slipped through.
Is everybody
Because
happy with
this is
that?
where we're going to kind of get it muddy all the time,
It
right?
is.
So
This is what makes
yeah.
it tricky. Yeah.
Could
if it's
I-
Thank you, Roger.
I'll offer one sentence, which is in my mind, this is one area where we can do more and subsequently pay less. That's what I'm asking us to go away and look at, which is I think we could actually up a level of service, but not necessarily increase. I know we're not talking about delivery, but
Yeah.
to me, that's what I mean when I say do more.
Okay.
There's
So,
opportunity here to do
yeah.
that.
So, I mean, that's what Melissa's capturing, that sentiment on the board of that this is obviously an opportunity where you would really like us to drill into the method of payment and opportunities partnership, and that might enable us, like you say, to do more with less, or do the same with even less. And so, absolutely, we'll take that message away. Thank you.
Great. Okay, let's start again on community properties. If you would like staff to investigate a lower level of service, please put your hand up. Nobody. Okay. If you would like the status quo, please put your hand up.
Yeah.
Captured team, that's okay. And please put your hand up if you would like staff to investigate a higher level of service. Great, thank you. Right, let's move on to commercial properties.
I'll take it as read.
Great, thanks, David. Any questions on commercial properties? Roger?
What answer would I give if I wanted to actually?
Katie will go to you on that.
We were just noticing this is exactly the same issue, right? And so if
Because divestment of commercial properties has got to come into our question.
If we can take the same advice as for the last one, we note that obviously this is where the property strategy is still discussions that you're having running in parallel. And so again, if we can just slightly ignore the wording around how we would do less and think about what you are seeing out there, would you like us to do less, more, or the same? And then we will continue to work with you through the development of the property strategy with you to actually set that direction.
Everybody clear on that? Yep. Any questions? Steph, did you want to jump in?
If I was in councillor's shoes, I'd want to know if I want the property strategy to continue, what am I voting for? Where does the property strategy fit in and do more, same or less? That's what I'd want clarity on.
So the fact that we are progressing the property strategy, it would be the same because we've already committed to following that property strategy. And that would include the investigation of sale or commerciality or feasibility. So
That's right. And it means there's a little bit of investment to get the property strategy, but I think you've already committed to that.
So it would be the same.
So it's status quo?
That's important. That's why I've stopped and just asked for clarification so that we're all on the same page.
And a staff clear where we think we are?
Yeah, so the property strategy will, as you've said, it will address the properties that are in discussion in the commercial portfolio.
Yeah, why don't we just say, yeah, we don't need to hear.
So advancing the property strategy is status quo?
Correct. Advancing the property
Okay with that?
strategy is the
We've all
status
agreed that's
quo.
what we're meaning when we're going to give our indication? Yep.
Yep.
Can we go to the indication now? No more questions? Right, let's do it for commercial properties. If you would like staff to investigate a lower level of service, please put your hand up. If you would like the status quo, please put your hand up. And anyone wanting to do a higher level of service? Great. Thank you. Thank you, David and Barb. Appreciate that. Or Barb, you'll be staying with us, won't you, for swimming pools? Great. Thank you.
I'll introduce swimming pools.
Great. If it's okay with everyone, I'll just call order, guys. Sorry. Ian, Dean, sorry, I'll just ask you, if you guys are happy, we'll continue through to waste management and then have lunch. Is that okay? It will push our lunch slightly out, but I think let's finish that block and then let's have a break and carry on. It does mean.
Don't need that, but then what?
Well, some of us.
Or you can do
Barb, over to you. Welcome.
Kia ora. Thank you. I don't want to make anything more complicated. Swim. But I'm going to give it a go. We have a contract to deliver the service that we have in swimming pools. Swimming pools, as we all know, are very important to our community for lots of reasons: recreation, safety, etc., etc. I just want to put on the table that this is a contract. It's quite complex. There's a lot of detail in the contract that we have with the provider. I know when I was working with, looking over Brad's shoulder yesterday, and he was trying to come up with dollar values, it was extremely difficult. So I guess I want to put on the table, and certainly Brad can answer some questions. Is this a one vote? We've got the provision of swimming pools throughout our district. Do you generally want to do more? Are you generally happy with the service that our provider provides, or do you want to try and reduce what obviously reduces the level of service and potentially the cost? But and recognising, of course, we've got a contract with this provider. So we can go through page by page, and if you want to sort of have a focus on education versus programs, we can certainly go through that. I just wanted to start by putting it on the table. Is this a one vote where you just tell more or less all the same? Totally up to you, Chair, but just thought it was an option.
Happy to get an indication. Are we happy to do them all as one, as a swimming pool? Look, just keeping in mind that 52% of our community are satisfied with our swimming pool system. Great. Okay, let's do that. Any questions for Barb or Brad? Or
I'd just like to know when the contract comes up for renewal.
I'll have to come back to you. It's a very long-term lease with them. Yeah.
Not within the LTP, yeah.
No. So potentially before you vote, maybe if I give just a little more of a preamble to that. So we've got the Waipa Community Facilities Trust who deliver our levels on our behalf, operating the Pira Aquatic Centre, the Te Awamutu Event Centre and the Livingston Aquatic Centre. The Te Awamutu Event Centre is 25 years old and the Pira Aquatic Centre is 5 years old. And so got renewal programs that reflect that. Just in terms of the value, I know that it's been of interest in our previous session. We provide the trust with circa $2.8 million of operational costs and about $200,000 across the two facilities and renewal costs as well. Probably just the one area I would like, I totally agree with Barbara's approach here to go for the one vote. Probably just the one area I would put on your radar is the water quality one, and that's around pool temperature and how we heat that. So while the level of service will remain the same in terms of the temperature we provide, it's how we deliver that, and that would come with a capital cost around that, with a ideally long-term saving. So we're currently in an all-of-government contract, but there is the risk of uncertainty in the future around both provision of gas and the cost of it. So I just want to flag that.
Can I just ask for a quick point of clarification on that?
Just watch your mic.
Is it within current strategy or current agreement that alternative fuel systems are being looked at and considered? So that's kind of the status quo, that they are being considered now.
We're working with the trust around how that performs yet.
Good, thank you.
Great. Ian and Mayor Mike, did you have a question? No. Oh, okay. Ian.
Just in terms of the CapEx, we've got that big level of service spend in that 26-27 annual plan, and then it drops right down again. Is that right? So if we go to the next slide from here, we've just approved 1.8 mil on the pools in the 26-27 annual plan, but then it drops to 300K in the following year. What's that all about?
So that's sensitive and it's been discussed and publicly excluded.
Okay, but yes, that's right. Okay, sorry, my apologies. So that, yeah, it's a one-off cost, that one. Yes, yeah. Okay, very good. Yep, thank you. Sorry.
All good, clear.
I support having a separate vote on the way we heat the pool, like that would be a separate CapEx item, yeah, not funded by the trust, yeah. So I'm happy to vote for all
Okay.
the other ones.
And keep that one separate?
Yeah.
Thoughts, support for that? You folks happy to do that? Okay, any more questions for Brad before we go to that indication? No? Okay, so. Okay, so the first one is for availability and usability. Sorry, we're going to do them all, aren't we? Apologies. We're going to do
an exception about the.
Yes, should we do water quality first and then do all the rest as one? Yep, okay, let's do that. So if you would like staff to investigate a lower level of service on water quality, which includes water temperatures, please put your hand up. And if you would like the status quo, please put your hand up. And I'll just wait for the team. Just, yeah, nice and high, everyone, all at the same time. Otherwise, they're up and down and up and down. Great, okay, thank you. And if you would like staff to investigate a higher level of service, please put your hand up. Great. Right, now we will go to an indication on the rest: availability and usability, safety, aquatic programs, environment, and customer service. So if you would like staff to investigate a lower level of service on all of those things, please put your hand up. Status quo, which is everybody. Great. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Brad. Awesome. Yes, right. Let's move on to waste management and minimisation. Hi, Brian. Welcome. Thank you. Nice to see you again after our first workshop.
Thank you.
And
Good
we'll kick
afternoon,
over to
Mayor and
you.
councillors. So the waste management function there is described in brief. You're probably all pretty familiar with it. There's the two main functions we have at the moment, which is the education function and community programs using the waste levy, and of course the curbside recycling contract. And then, of course, we are developing the Cambridge Resource Recovery Centre as a capital project, again, using the waste levy funding for that and community funding. So then in the next slide, we have that operating expenditure in the grey bars there on the left. And that is the basically those community programs in education. So that's staff time and community grants to organisations for those waste minimisation projects, all funded from the waste levy. And then, of course, the big operating cost is the curbside recycling contract, which you'll see 26, 27. There's a bit of an increase, and that was on the basis of in the LTP we had anticipated we would have been tendering a new contract and operating a new contract from 1 July. But of course, we paused that with the idea of extending that contract through to 28 or to 29/30, where we were going to look at urban refuse or urban food scraps collection. So that's why that bigger jump in future is on the graph.
Thanks, Brian. Any questions on that, Roger?
Yes, thank you, Brian. Do have a question. The waste minimisation funding and the projects that we run, you say that it's fully funded by government, but can I ask you, that fully funding umbrella, does it cover a share of the corporate overheads allocation into that sub-department?
I believe it does. That's probably more a question for our financial team, but Yolanda's standing up there behind. So
I just want to clarify that when we say it's fully funded, that all of the associated costs of any waste minimisation project is covered by external funding?
I believe that's the case, but Yolanda.
Yes, councillor. Yes, so it is funded by external funding. Should the cost be lower than what we have received, it'll sit in a reserve and then offset in future years. In terms of the overheads, at the previous workshop, we did say that these costs does not include the overheads. I will need to verify that when the overheads are allocated, whether those are used.
I think that's a relevant point, because if we're saying it's fully covered by external funding, the overhead cost should be covered, or their partial allocation should be covered by external funding.
I'll clarify that and get back to you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wanting to question on that? No, Brian, happy for you to carry on if you are carrying on.
Very good. So then we go to the services summary. And the first one is the recycling service. I'll take that as read and ask if there's discussion on that or a vote on that.
Questions on this? No, we'll vote on these separately, obviously. No voting, apologies. We're going to give an indication on these. First time I've said it. I've been doing well so far. Okay, so let's give an indication now. We'll do recycling services. So if you would like staff to indicate to investigate a lower level of service, please put your hand up. Status quo, which is everybody. Great, thank you. Okay, let's move to waste education. Lower level of service, please put your hand up. Status quo. That's everybody, okay. And Resource Recovery Centre, lower level of service. One? Oh, no. Oh, question, sorry.
So just with this one, to get the Resource Recovery Centre in place, is that status quo or is that do more?
It is currently funded in the LTP, and it has, I guess, been given approval to get to the stage of having a design and a cost, and then it comes back to council for approvals before it could proceed to construction. And obviously that at this stage has to remain within that budget that we have in the waste levy reserves and a small amount of funding that we had from the Well Energy Trust.
So I
So
think
status quo
answering your question directly, as it says on the slide, if you want the resource recovery to go ahead, that would be an increase in the level of service because it's not currently committed.
Okay.
One clear on that? Yep, Claire?
Yes, and I just want to pick on the Te Awamutu prospects. So if we wanted something to be happening there, that we would be voting for an increase in the level of service.
Yeah, just to clarify, Madam Chair, so there is a resource recovery centre operating in Te Awamutu at the present time on the old transfer station site, and that is already providing a number of resource recovery options for the community, and particularly the farming community, where they're recycling a lot of agricultural waste. So that is happening now, so it would be a decision about waste levy funding and supporting that operation which already exists.
So you would say that if you wanted to, I suppose, see that carry on, it would be voting for the status quo?
I suspect it would be in that same do more. So if we're going to fund and operate the Cambridge one, then also do more.
So progressing them both is the do more option. Delmarie.
I'm just going to coattail on that because we can't move to anything new if we don't explore what we can do. Like the repair shed that Raglan's got and how MB gave, I want to say just about 88% of the funding for that we're not exploring for our existing places right now. So I'm all in for more.
Roger?
Yeah, point of clarification as well. If we were to continue with the current feasibility of resource recovery centres in Waipa, it would be the status quo. Because we've got a feasibility in place, and therefore to continue with that feasibility would be to continue with the status quo.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
This might put a spanner in the works because we're not discussing funding, but I know it's on your mind that we've had $40,000 approved by the Well Energy Trust for the Cambridge for the stage. This funding contributes to the initial development of the Resource Recovery Centre in stage 1 for Cambridge. So that has already been commissioned. I understand that the next stage of that is to be presented to council in August. Is that right? So what you're voting for is the status quo, as you've just talked about, is that you're continuing to explore those options through the feasibility study.
Correct. Yep.
Thanks, Jo.
thanks, Les.
Yeah, as we heard for New Moor, isn't there a trade-off? Like, I mean, if we're recycling stuff, we're not paying for it to go to dump, are we?
Yes, correct. You're diverting it from landfill.
Yeah, so we would actually save money, some money by not, if we do more, we also saving money by not going transportation to dump, etc.
Yeah,
Yes, residents will, yes.
right. Is everyone happy we go to our indication now? So this is Resource Recovery Centre. Put your hand up if you'd like to investigate a lower level of service. Nobody. Status quo. And investigate a higher level of service. Captured. Great, thank you. Right, so we'll move on to food waste collection. Any questions on that before we go to our indication? No? Okay, if you'd like staff to investigate a lower level of service on this, please put your hand up nice and high.
Sorry, can I ask?
Yes.
Because we've already taken a decision in the last triennium to not continue with the food waste collection service. We'd already taken that decision. So in fact, to not continue the food waste would be to do the status quo. Yep. Okay.
So
Thank
to
you.
progress it, we will have to do more. Okay, okay. Everyone okay with that? Yep. Okay, so if you would like staff to investigate a lower level of service, please put your hands up. I'm just starting it again. This is food waste collection, lower level of service. Nobody? Status quo? Great. Oh, was that captured, Anthea? Sorry, that was quick. Cool. So this is status quo, guys. No, it's status quo. This is status quo. Great, and investigating a higher level of service. Excellent, okay, thank you. Right, curbside rubbish collection. Any questions, clarifications on this one before we go to our indication, Roger?
Yes, can you just briefly and quickly explain the difference between a curbside rubbish collection and our recycling collection that we're currently doing? So my understanding is that the yellow bags that we currently have is the roadside rubbish collection. So that is currently being done. Sorry?
That's not us. That's not provided by council.
No, it's not provided, but it is available if you buy the yellow bags. So it's currently by a private provider, but is currently being done. So that's the status quo. Yes, thank you.
Everyone understand our current situation is the status quo? Right, okay, let's go to our indication. If you'd like staff to investigate a lower level of service on curbside rubbish collection, please put your hand up. Oh, sure, Brian,
Can I
sorry.
just clarify for new councillors so that when this was investigated, so our curbside recycling collection does both urban and rural, but this proposal is just for an urban only.
Okay, good
refuse
clarification.
collection.
Yeah, everyone okay with that? This is just an urban. All right, let's start again from the beginning. Do you want staff to investigate a lower level of service on curbside rubbish collection? Hands up. Nice and tall. 2, 3, 4. Okay, and the status quo? And a higher level of service. Great, okay. Excellent.
So just to clarify, we had a lower level of service, but theoretically on this one, we can't have a lower level of service, can we? So it's either got to be status quo or higher.
Okay, very good point. Excellent point. Okay.
So you better have another vote because.
We'll do it again. We'll do it again.
I voted for a lower level of service, Brian, because I just don't, I've never believed in this project
You
at
don't want
all.
to progress.
So it's like the private rubbish collection that we have in Waipa works well. I think with the council amalgamations, I think whatever falls out of that will be a rubbish service.
So that's going to be our status quo option, I guess, from going on. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to forget lower because it doesn't really exist in this. So let's do, if you're happy with the status quo, which is not council providing the service. Good call there, Brian. And if you would like staff to investigate a higher level of service, please put your hand up. Okay, thank you very much. Great, thank you, Brian. That brings us to the end of waste management and minimisation. And thanks, El. And we will do our 10 minutes of stormwater now, and then we will break for our lunch. Welcome, Carl. I'll kick. Excellent.
So welcome back, Carl, in terms of Waikato Waters Limited, back to support home base. So
Great,
for
nice to
today.
see you.
Good to see you all. Thank you. So I guess take your direction on whether we want to take this as a single block or want to break it down into its chunks. There's not too many. There's rural and there's obviously urban stormwater management. Under that, there is a number of services which are interconnected and sort of affect each other. As you may be able to see from the slides, if we scroll forward to some of the issues. Next one over, please. That, in terms of proposed savings, potentially there's somewhere in the vicinity of $150,000 to $350,000 if you wanted to. However, those savings come at a cost, if you know what I mean. So by saving that money, you'll be reducing the types of activities such as CCTV of our network. Obviously, it's a piped network. So to be able to assess the condition, assess where there are faults and things that need to be proactively managed, you need to CCTV. Further to that, once you do undertake works like the CCTV inspections, you need to address the things that you find, otherwise you increase the risk of non-compliance with your consents. TOMOs developing, as we all recall, the Scout Lane TOMO from last year, your $350,000 worth of savings could be swallowed up in a single TOMO of $250,000, $260,000 repair. So those are the types of trade-offs that you'll be making if you're wanting to reduce the level of service in the stormwater space. So I think I might just leave it there and just allow.
Thanks, Carl. I've got Roger first, then Claire, and then Ian.
Yes, thank you.
George, did you want to jump in and clarify something before we open for
Yeah.
questions? Sorry, Roger, just 1 second.
Yeah, and apologies for interrupting. I just do want to make sure that elected members are aware that over the next 12 months, we will be delving into stormwater quite significantly as part of the deferral risk decision around the transition. We're committed to doing quite a comprehensive review with our regional partners as well. So just keep that in mind.
And is that status quo? Is that the status quo then?
That would be status quo, yes.
Oh, yeah, cool.
But
That's quite good, thanks.
the clarification that I wanted were in those figures that we actually received through overnight and the breakdown of expenditure since 21-22 through to 27-28. And it's just really in those first 2 years, 21-22 and 22-23, we had a stormwater expenditure of less than 5 million. Right? But progressively through to 26, 27, and then 27, 28, we've gone up to 13 million, sorry, which is plus 250 or, well, 237% of what the expenditure was. Can you give us, and it's been progressive, so it's not been a single project that it's gone up. So Carl, can you give us some indication of where that extra expenditure has come in?
So what you're seeing there is the total impact of our new stormwater consents. We're still in the process of
receiving that consent from regional council, but it does represent a significant increase in compliance requirements and associated maintenance and management of our stormwater network relative to the consent we currently have. So that's what you're seeing there, driving those costs there. Some of that also falls out in our renewals program as well through our capital spend, having to address issues which we otherwise may not have or need to address in a different way under the new consent.
So the majority of that is compliance issues?
Yes.
Compliance with consent, and therefore the status quo is that we ain't going to be able to get away without that form of compliance and additional costs.
I think it's
that would be status quo.
That would be status quo, would be to meet our consent.
Yes. Claire.
I think I've had my question answered actually. Oh, well, I was going to be about the risk that if we just stay at status quo, given the extreme weather events that we know we're expecting, how confident are you that we would not be causing additional concerns, safety issues with our communities? Yeah, I suppose I'm saying to you, would you like to stay at status quo, or do you think we need to be going a bit higher?
Yeah, I think a status quo is a pretty good balance. So we have, we've developed over time. You guys have seen the results of it through some of our induction work, things like our stormwater modelling. Right, we've got quite a good handle on our asset data, quite a good handle on the performance of our network, and I think our asset management plan reflects that. And those are the numbers we've taken forward through to the LTP. So I think we're pretty happy with that. It's never risk-free though, so I just want to put that out there. It's never risk-free.
Yeah, good point.
And it's really key in terms of the significant assumptions through that is the avenue that we would then use if the risk is actually elevated, and through the strategic risks and really monitor, because it is still regulated, and we have a regulator through Taumata Arawai that will be monitoring.
My question was the same as Roger's, but I don't know that I agree with your answer, Carl, because if you look at that, the depreciation and amortization has approximately doubled from 22-23 to 27-28. So that's an increased level of renewal, right? Because we're basically depreciating a higher asset base and we're then redeploying that into renewals. But the finance cost has quadrupled, quintupled, perhaps. That's a long time since I used the word quintuple. Gone up by 5. So that can't be compliance costs, can it? We're not financing.
So stormwater, like a lot of our
DCs, right? It's got to be DCs.
So stormwater, like a lot of our services, are linked very strongly with our development. So I guess the level of service that I was thinking we were contemplating here was around the operational level of service.
Yeah.
So all those are driven by things like your C2, C3 stormwater outlet, multi-million-dollar project. Obviously, got to fund that. Then it becomes depreciation. So those are why those parts of the bars are expanding. But largely, my answer was focused on our levels of service driven through operations.
Yeah, but I mean, to answer Roger's question, the reason our expenditure has gone up by so much is not to do with that. It's gone up some because of that, but the vast majority of the increase from 22-23 to now is financing DCs.
I think it's finance costs associated with internal borrowings for stormwater assets, not necessarily DC. So DCs goes off to DC debt.
Yeah, right. Sorry. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So this is on internal debt. So when we invest in our stormwater assets, those are depreciated, and we incur interest on those internal borrowings. It is interest, but not on DCs.
Interest we are paying to whom for what?
We are paying for the investment we have made in those assets. So if we just look at the Cambridge wastewater treatment plant, not stormwater, but there's a component, level of service, renewal, and growth.
Yeah.
The level of service and renewal capital cost needs to be borrowed for. Therefore, there's debt loaded onto our balance sheet, and there's interest
So
incurred,
this is
but it's
us
not growth.
repaying the capex debt we created we expended in the first place to build those stormwater assets. is what that is.
The interest component.
So in essence, the fact that we built that new network, we are now paying for it. Paying the debt. Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask though, is it rates funded? Because a lot of it would be growth debt that would actually.
Yes, so
Yeah.
the growth bit is not funded by rates. The level of service bit would be
be,
funded by
yeah.
rates, and the renewal bit will be funded by depreciation.
So the only bit we're talking about here with levels of service is really the other expenses cost at the top. That's the only thing we can really influence here, because the depreciation and the financing is a fixed piece. Yeah.
Okay, good
Sorry,
clarification.
your answer was right, Carl. Sorry, I didn't understand it properly.
No, always good to clarify. Good job.
He's never wrong.
I was sweating for a moment there.
Is everyone happy for us to go to our indication? And we'll do all of these as one? Yep. So let's do, so this is customer response, collection and reticulation, and environmental. Please put your hand up if you'd like staff to investigate a lower level of service. Status quo. That is everybody. Okay, thank you. Great, thank you very much, Carl and
everybody. I
EL.
appreciate it.
Thanks to all the staff so far. That brings us to our lunch break. We have 30 minutes and we're back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Great. Welcome back, everybody. We are going to move through to our planning and regulatory services. And welcome, Wendy. Nice to see you. I'll hand over to you.
Kia ora everyone. So I've got a couple of slides coming up in terms of services provided by teams in my area. So the first is development engineering. Our development engineers effectively participate in the resource consent process through technical review and involvement of land use and subdivision applications. The engineers are also tasked with some administrative processes relating to road naming, property numbering, and vehicle crossings. So I'll take the next couple of slides as read, but open to questions for this group.
Questions for Wendy on development engineering, Ian? Oh, no. No. Anyone? No, that's good. Okay, are we? Hold on. Okay, I'm assuming we can just vote on development engineering now if everyone's happy. Right. Sorry, I was slightly behind the 8 ball there. Right, so could you put your hand up if you'd like to investigate a lower level of service for development engineering, please?
Why don't you just go straight to meeting because we know it's a green state.
You mean to status quo?
Yeah, sorry, status
Okay,
quo.
so hands up if you would like to carry on with the status quo. That's everybody. Okay, thanks everyone. Thanks, back to you, Wendy.
Thank you. So the next group is a few activities combined. So I have the first couple and then we'll be inviting Carl Tutty up to do the last one. The combination there is a legacy structure. I want to go to the next one. So what have we got? Resource consent. So obviously this is the full suite of processes associated with processing resource consents under the RMA. We also obviously provide a lot of information through to our customers and community about such processes. So I'll take the next few slides as read and I'm open to questions in this space.
Great, Ian and then Roger.
Just a quick question on the other expenses. They seem to pick up a fair bit in the out years. What is that?
So again, that's the grouping of the resource consents budgets, the enforcement budgets, and also the district plan budget. The LIMS budget is tabled in with the resource consents. So they've all been combined and magically done by finance. So I'm not quite sure any further breakdown, but Yolanda might be able to answer something if you have a specific question.
So under the LTP 2534, which is the base for this information, there was quite a bit for the district plan budgeted for in our lines. That is one of our operating projects that we loan fund. So therefore you see the interest component also coming through.
Yeah, oh no, I was meaning the other expenses in current, they sort of look about $1 million.
Yes.
But then starting 27, 28, they go up to 2.5.
So the district plan cost would be
That's
in
what
there.
it is.
Yes.
Okay,
No, it's not.
so, which is, I guess we see that back in 21, 22, 22, 23, I guess, because it cycles through.
Yeah.
Okay.
Roger and then Ken.
Yes. Now, my question is one, and if I recall going back a couple of meetings ago, we had some questions about the level of enforcement of resource consents and whether or not we put more energy into that. There was a question about how effective were the consents. So if we wanted more energy put into enforcement of consents, that would be a do more in this aspect.
Not on the first slide. So if you see in your pack here, the fourth
51.
slide in this group of activity is enforcement, which includes monitoring compliance with consent conditions. We tried to split it. So I would hold, yes, I'll hold off for that time if you're dealing with enforcement. Yeah, thank you.
And Claire? Claire? No, no question? Oh, Les?
No, I've just got something about the name you call your unit, resource consents, enforcement and LIMS. Enforcement, couldn't we have compliance? Why do we have to have the word enforcement? Why can't it be compliance unit?
My understanding from raising this kind of same question in terms of the grouping is that it's a legacy grouping and naming structure. Obviously, LIMS isn't a team in its own either. It's part of the resource consent. So there's a few quirks there. And maybe someone from the LTP group could comment, but it's not something that's readily easy or able to be changed.
Just as someone that's been through it, when someone turns up at your door and says, I'm from the enforcement unit, the compliance unit is much easier to swallow.
Thank you, Les. As part of the next stage of Future Us, each of the directors will be looking at their teams and thinking not only about structure, but issues like you've raised. So we'll take that on board and appreciate the feedback. Thank you.
Any further questions? So I'm assuming we're going to do resource consents, enforcement and LIMS as one, and then then are we doing enforcement separate? Was that what I heard? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So let's go ahead for our indication on resource consents, LIMS and district plan? No.
Just resource consents, if I may, through the chair.
Okay, so sorry, this is just resource consents. So please put your hand up if you'd like staff to investigate a lower level of service for resource consents. That's nobody. Status quo. That's everybody. Okay. And then we'll move on to LIMS. Hand up if you'd like a lower level of service for LIMS. Status quo. That's everybody. Okay. And then let's do enforcement. Lower level. Oh, sorry, district plan. So what happens when you have lunch?
Through the chair, I haven't touched too much on what they do or what the OPEX is in that space. Would it be helpful if I clarify that?
Yep, absolutely. And if there's any questions for Wendy, now's a good time. Thanks, Wendy.
So obviously, this team isn't mentioned in the title, but they do obviously a lot of work in terms of the private plan changes, and we've got one last council initiated plan change, but are also heavily involved in terms of the reform and the legislation that is coming through. So we'll be tasked with some of the new processes under what is released as new legislation. So the OPEX amount there is a bit of a unknown in terms of amount and timing based on reform that we aren't yet sure of the details. So that's a bit of a guesstimation, to be completely fair. And so that's what those numbers are in there. Thank you.
Thanks, Wendy. Okay, a indication on district plan, a lower level of service, please put your hand up. The status quo. That's everybody. Okay, thank you. And then enforcement, investigate a lower level of service. Please put your hand up. Yes, do you want to give us a little bit of a...
Thank you. I'm sure you all know Carl, who is a lot closer to the activity than me, given today's day too. But I'd just like to make a couple of comments, if that's okay. I agree, compliance sounds a lot better than enforcement, and we talked about this yesterday. I think that we must, I know we're not talking about revenue here, but Carl has made a suggestion on additional FTE, and I'd just like to note at this stage, our fees and charges would allow that to be, to earn revenue from extra expenses in the majority of these activities. And I think that it's really important from a compliance issue with resource consents. Wendy and her team do a wonderful job about considering what conditions of consent should be applied to each application. And at the moment, this council is very reactive to complaints for the majority of these, and then we're talking about some of them being quite important environmental consents, for example, quarries. The building team do an excellent job on things like boundary requirements, because you do that before you build the building. So I just wanted to lay out that I think from a council perspective, we're not following up on the credibility of the work the team does to put good robust conditions of consents on a consent. Just wanted to add that, but happy to take it as read and.
Good point. And reiterate that too, and totally agree with what Barbara's saying. And often if you don't have the monitoring resourcing, you end up dealing with it when it's becoming a non-compliance issues, and then it becomes even more expensive and more difficult and intractable by that stage. So money up front can often save in this area quite significant funding. And since I've been here, I've been asked to undertake quite a bit of work to monitor quarries and various other activities, and we don't actually have the resourcing at the moment to do that work. So I'd really like you to understand that context for this decision. Thanks, Barb.
Roger. Yeah, I understand totally what you're saying. But part of enforcement is what happens when people don't comply. And is there a legal level of fine that we can apply to any enforcement? I understand there's apparently one for parking, but what about if somebody breaches their resource consent? Is there a fining regime, and can we in fact increase that, or are they set by law?
Yeah, excuse my voice. Depending what issue we are looking at, there are a range of options available to staff. Most of those are specified by regulation. So if you're talking about Resource Consent Monitoring, Resource Management Act, there's a number of enforcement options that you can step through. So you might go from warnings to abatement notice, infringement notice, enforcement order, prosecution. So it's about choosing the one that's most appropriate for the issue that you're dealing with. The majority are set by central government. It's the discretion is how we use it and when we use it.
Right. I'm trying to get, there's not a revenue component that we can apply to that actually meets some of the increased costs that Steph was actually talking about?
In terms of the monitoring space and resource consents, most of that is directly recoverable. Monitoring and enforcement activities can be recovered from consent holders. And if you take certain enforcement steps, such as infringement notices, then yes, there is potentially income from those. Abatement notices or prosecutions, probably not. So yeah, a range of options, but for most of the resource consenting, it's cost recoverable from the consent holders.
And just to add, just as is noted up here, there is opportunity for increased revenue around your parking enforcement, and that's been discussed previously. And I'll remind us that we're not talking about funding sources, we're talking about level of service when you vote.
Thanks, Katie, and keep bringing us back to that because it's easy to get into that.
In the definition of do more or status quo, if we wanted to see more consideration of the level of revenue or the activity that we would put in to compliance, we would actually vote for do more.
Can I just?
I think it would be useful if you keep them slightly separate in the way that you vote, in the way you provide your direction, just as we've tried to before. That we can note on the board because I'm seeing nods around the table, if there's that direction that you would like us to consider how to be. There's a distinction between being more proactive, which when that requires more resource, and when we may actually apply the discretion in any of those occasions where we have discretion to be able to maximise the revenue opportunities. I mean, those are two slightly different things, which overlap, because if you want us to really chase those things down hard, some of them will require more resources.
So how do we vote?
If you want us to increase the amount of enforcement we are doing, then vote for an increase in level of service.
And if we wanted to see a change to the level at which we apply or don't apply
then
discretion.
then provide that guidance, and we will write that on the board as one of those considerations to take away.
I'm assuming that could probably go up now, actually. I'm getting that's the Les and then Marcus.
No, just following on but from Roger, your degree of reaction to the severity of the situation. It's not very. It's not welcome to have two people turn up at your door, both wearing cameras in the morning, over a complaint by someone from the public, and that didn't even turn out to be true.
Les, I think we're getting a little bit away from our level of service discussion. I do hear what you're saying. Barb, have you got anything you want to?
Only that our top priority is the safety of our officers, and they don't know what's on the other side of that door.
Okay.
Just maybe a phone call.
Good point. Noted. Thank you. Marcus.
Does do more mean better dog handling and less cats, Carl?
Animal control's coming up, councillor Gow.
That's the next one. That's the next one. Right, okay, so I think we're ready for our indication on enforcement. So if you would like staff to investigate a lower level of service on enforcement, please put your hand up. The status quo. And would you like them to investigate a higher level of service? Thank you. Liz, I didn't see you vote. Okay. Okay, yep, absolutely. True. Right, thanks, Wendy. And Carl, we've still got you for animal control.
Absolutely, yep. So a range of different activities focused here. I mean, animal control is sort of a generic term. It's largely focused on dogs and in some limited situations, stock. Hasn't as yet extended to other animals or activities, but we may discuss that. Like enforcement, relatively small budget, relatively small team. So what are we looking at there? About 700K or thereabouts. Income cost recovery around 60%, almost exclusively from dog registrations and some enforcement activities there. The two green lines on the graph to the right reflects the pound project that's in the LTP, detailed design this new financial year and construction next financial year. This is where it's currently timetabled. So if we just go to the next one. So that reflects the Red Cross in this box here. While we do have a pound project in the LTP, we obviously still have the better part of 2 years to maintain our current facilities. You're welcome to come and have a look at them if you have any concerns as to the standard that the staff and myself are talking about. Old, dark, take hours each day to clean and maintain, create us some real challenges in terms of staff safety and animal welfare. So just a vote for hopefully keeping that project in the LTP. Otherwise, the next table, generally we're resourced to do what we need to be doing across the different activities we do. So we've got the administrative registration process, and then we've got the active enforcement follow-up activities.
So we'll just stop there for votes.
I'll just come back and pause at the end of each one.
My apologies.
No, thanks for that. Thanks for the overview in total. It just helps then the elected members being able to clarify any questions and then provide their sort of guidance.
Yes, so we're taking questions or clarifications on the dog pounds and dog registration.
So the plan is to further develop the dog pound in the future. So do nothing, or the status quo would see the same future dog pound development.
Yeah, I think it could be taken like that. Yes, it's currently in the LTP, so that's the status quo.
Yeah,
And then less would be not doing it.
right, okay.
Everybody clear on that? Yep.
I am, as long as what Roger and George just said is what we're reading, not what's written on the slide. Just to be clear, so status quo means we will build the new dog patch.
Yeah, good to go over it. So Ange and then Charlotte.
Just a quick question in regard to what, once the new facility is built, will that mean all the Te Awamutu residents who lose their dog will end up at Cambridge and they're going to have to go to Cambridge to get it? Or will we be retaining some sort of holding facility at Kihikihi?
The plan at this stage is to retain facilities in both towns. 6-8 years ago, this was a project to upgrade and redevelop the Kiki facility. Some elected members may recall that we received feedback from a number of neighbours that weren't in favour of that, and we had to therefore look at other opportunities. We weren't able to find sites in Te Awamutu Kiki that were going to suit the purpose because the budget never allowed for land purchase or any of those sort of things. So the emphasis has then become, let's get Cambridge, the bigger, busier pound, up to a suitable standard, and then we'll revisit what we do with Kiki afterwards. So at this stage, Kiki is the small scale holding facility, short-term stuff. Cambridge is the main hub.
But ideally, you still would like some money to be able to make it safer and easier to clean and things like that.
We need to maintain Kiki at a appropriate operational standard in the meantime, yes. And there's a number of reasons for keeping two facilities. We get parvovirus in one, we can still operate out of the other. We have an emergency that affects one, we can still operate out of the other.
Cool, thanks, Carl.
Yeah, mine's just a point of clarification around dog registration, because I see some opportunities here to maybe, I think it's do more around potentially amalgamating this service with other councils, and also perhaps investigating whether the dog registration tags could be replaced with a connection to the microchip to reduce basically plastic and costs that are associated with that. But is that do more?
Carl, I'll hand to you on that and then I'll go to Del Marie for, I'm assuming there will be a lot of dogs out there who aren't microchipped at all. So that might be a little tricky, but yeah.
Do more, do different. I'm not 100% sure. Obviously amalgamation may happen anyway. So probably put that to one side. We do have a shared service arrangement with Otorohanga and Waitomo in that space if we need to be. It's an ad hoc as required type arrangement. But again, for logistical reasons, it's easy for us to maintain our own facilities in terms of physical pounds, what have you, but the opportunity is there to share resources. The dog tag microchip thing, the government is currently in the very early stages of a review of the Animal Control Act. That's where those changes will need to come from. At the moment, we're still required to receive applications in writing. We're still required to issue individual tags to dogs. There are exclusions as to what dogs are required to be microchipped. So at the moment, those things don't quite line up. Some other ideas that are in the mix is you issue one tag to one dog and it maintains that tag through its whole life. You don't reissue every year, some of those sort of things. But we need the government to bring the 96 Act up to a modern day standard to try and get some of those things through.
Thanks, Carl. Del Marie.
Glad you spoke about that last bit, because I was just going to ask, as a Waikato district dog owner, I think I just got those steel or non-plastic ones and they're lifetime. So I've been advised. So I understand what you're saying too, Charlotte, but yeah, I'd rather wait for the amalgamation, because then my question to Carl would be, if we were going to move to a different tag, how much does that cost before we look at amalgamation costs? That could then reinitiate more costs from there. So thanks, Carl.
Marcus.
Does do more mean we can do things with the cats? Don't shake your head, Barbara. I was liking you this morning.
To turn that around, if we were to get into the cat space, that would be definitely a do more. That would be more staff, more facilities. I'm yet to get my head around how we would impound cats and stuff if you get down to that level of detail. It would be about looking at what level of control you wanted to impose. If it was just microchipping or just desexing or something. But once you get into that active enforcement space, that's where the challenges begin.
Thanks, Carl. Okay, I'm going to move on. Okay, please feel free to carry on now. I think we're at.
Would you like to, what I
Oh, yeah, we
suggest
could.
is that
Yes,
you
good
give an
idea.
indication around dog pounds, which is what we've talked about. And
Yes.
you've also covered off dog registrations, which is your second table, and then we can carry on from there.
Good call, good call. Right. Please put your hand up for a lower level of service for dog pounds. And the status quo. And an increased level of service. Okay. Thanks, everybody.
And if we need to visit a new dog pound facility, we got a flash one in Waikato District.
Sorry, excuse me, can I just get clarification on what increased level of service what you're talking about? The status quo would be a new dog pound. So can I just get clarification of what the next step is, or what is it, enforcement of cats? Putting cats in pounds.
Wow.
No, he's going to put the cats in the ground.
We'll put the cat
No,
somewhere.
No, that's not in front of us at the moment. We're going to leave the cats out of this, which is tricky.
So do more is actually increase the service, because there's other councils taking an active role in cat management. And there's something that, you know, Carl, that I've harked on since before the days of dinosaurs. And because we're in such a sensitive area with, you know, Parongia, Mangatotiri, the Te Ao corridor and stuff, and like we're doing all this amazing stuff, like our predator-free groups and all that kind of things. But the one thing that this council does not do is cats.
Is it worthwhile taking the vote on the dog pounds and then cats, if you would like to increase the level of service? Would that be a way to address it, to be really clear? Yeah, that would be a separate vote for cats.
Don't ruin my dreams, Kat.
I just want to go to Dale Murray.
It's just that often cat control is legislated by central government, and I don't think that.
But yes, but there's other councils. If you have a look at, what was the other council that's just done it recently?
You got to get your evidence right before you argue
No,
it.
no. There's other councils that are mandatory desexing and chipping of cats. And desexing of cats goes a long way to, because Kiki has a problem. If you want to come and see some, if you want to see some cats in my garden, I will send you the video footage. And it's just terrible. There is feral and stray cats, and we're not doing anything to help control the problem because there's no rules around in this district for SPCA and all that kind of stuff to deal with the thing. Microchipping and desexing goes a long way, and it's quite easy for us to implement and doesn't actually do.
Do we need a separate one for cats, or does do more then go broader for cats?
I think it would be really helpful for us to understand what do more means for those elected members that indicated do more, because I suspect that there was slightly different, that there was a different rationale.
Yeah, I'll go to Dale
for
Marie.
those 4 people. And if we capture
Dale Marie and
those,
then you,
perhaps if we can capture what the rationale was from those elected members, then you're going to be able to give us a steer on each of those things.
Let's go to Dale Marie and then Roger.
Kia ora tatou. All I was kind of signalling going for more, so we could just explore the legacy tags and different tagging and stuff like that was kind of where I was going for more. I'm not saying doing anything radical, but explore. Yeah, I'm not into the cats.
Roger.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate what Marcus is saying, but I don't know what his problem is against cats really in general. But can I just express an opinion that with dog animal control, then there is a revenue component which links to the owner of the dog, and hence we can actually charge a recovery against those dog owners for the provision of service. You're not going to be able to do the same for feral cats. So it's going to be a direct cost increase that's on our ratepayer, and I don't think we're in that particular area currently. If
Thanks, Ron.
we had unlimited revenue, then maybe we could, but not in this instance.
Okay, George, did you want to speak on this?
Yeah, I was just reiterating to go back to, I think, Joe, to move it forward, let's do the dog pound separate and then let's do cats if you'd like to increase what council does associated with the management of cats.
Yes.
Just one more option. Could the cats thing perhaps go back to the start of the day and be a project thingy that may be of interest?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Yep. Yep. And it's specifically the management of feral cats is what we're talking about here, just to be clear for anyone who's listening. Thank you. Okay, great. Like, let's do dog. So we're on dog pounds, aren't we? No, we've done dog pounds.
We should do dog
I-
pounds again.
Yeah, I suggest that you do dog pound again now that there's clarity on what the do more and what status quo means. Bridget has written down on the list around the opportunities around feral cats.
Good call. Okay, that was a good move. All right, so we're going to do dog pounds again. Could you put your hand up if you would like staff to investigate a lower level of service for dog pounds? No one. The status quo for dog pounds. And an increased level of service for dog pounds. Okay, thank you very much. And we can move on to dog registration. So put your hand up if you'd like to investigate a lower level of service for dog registration.
See on the slide how we're operating.
Yeah, there we are. Yep, so currently meeting our level of service. Okay, so I'll go again, a lower level of service for dog registration. Status quo. And a higher level of service. Okay, and that brings us to, sure.
I'm going to talk about cats again. I heard someone say this was just about feral cats. If we put it on the list.
Feral and stray.
Feral and stray. Feral and stray.
Well, no.
Sporting councils that have rules about cats to do with registration, desexing, some microchip them, all sorts of things. So I just like it to be a bit more general.
We've given staff an indication that we'd like them to look at that as a project, and we can get a little bit down in the details when we get there. I think where we've landed now is probably spot on. Yeah, thanks, Dean. No, good point. Okay, enforcement, any? Yes, Roger?
In terms of the direct costs that relate to enforcement, what kind of recovery factor do we have on enforcement?
Some matters are infringement notice offences, so you can issue an infringement notice. That's no guarantee of income, but there's that component. But that is effectively it in the dog control space. So 60% of our general operational costs thereabouts are coming from registration fees. Another 10%, maybe probably a little less, from enforcement income. Because animal control, you've got options, seizing and pounding. Prosecution is always an option, but infringement notice is the only one that really has monetary value. We do charge pound fees, so but again, they're a fairly small proportion of the overall budget.
Right, so what you're saying is that any penalty from enforcement goes nowhere near to covering the costs of imposing that enforcement.
Enforcement is only going to happen when you've met all the ingredients of an offence in order to take action. So it's not every complaint we get is going to lead to a conclusion where enforcement is even an option, if that makes sense. You know, there's that public good aspect where we investigate quite a number of complaints where you never confirm what the dog is, who the dog is, those circumstances. So you're always going to have that proportion where there is no enforcement option. Where there is an enforcement option, then again, it's about the decision of what is the most appropriate enforcement step in that case. An infringement notice is punitive. It doesn't address the actual issue. Sometimes seizing the dog or putting a classification on it, which puts controls on the dog itself, are more appropriate to address the actual issue, but you don't get any cost recovery. So again, it's sort of coming back to the original discussion, compliance versus enforcement. If I think a person's better to spend $200 on fixing a fence to keep a dog in, then I'd prefer they did that rather than I fine them $200 and get that money. So it's that balance.
Yeah, good. Thank you, Carl. George? Yes, but I just want to be careful. We are moving
Yeah.
away from our timing, so I just want to make sure that we're being concise. I'll go to George and then Dean.
Yeah, just, thank you. I think we're moving into the delivery of it again. So we just need to talk about the level of enforcement. And if you would like council to do more, we'll come back with the financial options or impact of that. So we just, but yeah, keep
Yep.
to what we're
Thanks,
trying
Dean.
to do.
Yeah, we are getting a little bit behind. Yep, carry on.
So a brief summary for this slide. We do what we need to do. We cover our statutory obligations, but if we wanted to be moving more into the proactive education, reducing risk longer term, that's the improvement.
Thanks, Carl. Last question for Dean.
Yeah, it's just a question. Is that OPEX of 675K, is that the same OPEX from the previous slide as well? Is that one lump for all of it, or is that a separate?
That's across the whole animal control activity.
Right. So 60% of that is recoverable through the.
Yeah, give or take.
Right, that's right.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to our indication. Put your hand up if you'd like to investigate a lower level of service on enforcement, animal control. And the status quo? Yeah, be me. And an increased level of service. Great. Okay, because of time, I'm going to move straight through the indication of provision of dog poo bins. I don't think we need too much discussion on this one. If you can put your hand up if you would like to investigate a lower level of service. And the status quo? That's everyone. Great. Thank you. Thank you, Carl. And I see you're here for building compliance as well. And Carrie, I'll just let you launch into that.
Absolutely. So, yep, this is, most people, when they think building compliance, are thinking building consents. That certainly is the main volume of it, but we're also building warrant of fitnesses, certificates of compliance, dangerous and unsanitary buildings. You know, it is a little bit wider than that. So pretty much covering all of our responsibilities in that space. Just happy to jump through each of the tables. So yeah, my biggest budget, 3 mil thereabouts. Generally cost recoverable, 70 to 90%, whether overheads are in or out. So just over $1 million worth of overheads in this budget. Again, doing pretty much everything we want. So you've seen our audit reports, etc. So IANZ tends to agree that we're doing things how we should be to the appropriate standard.
Roger.
Just a wee question. There's a bit of a difference between a 70% recovery and a 90% recovery. Why? I mean, surely, let's take last year's figure then. Can you be more specific on that? It's just a big range to be talking about.
The range is whether you're including overheads in that equation or not. Roughly 3 million income, but in terms of expenditure, overheads are about $1 million. So we're covering, yeah, 70-ish% if you include overheads, getting up into the high 80s if you exclude overheads.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, George, why don't you clarify?
This can be a conversation through the fees and charges stream of the LTP. So in terms of if you want to cost recover more or less, but the conversation today is what level of service, and we'll come back with costing around that and options, and that will come through the fees and charges stream as well.
Okay, that's fair. Right. Carry on, Carl. That's great. I think we can move through to compliance if you're happy to.
Yeah.
Well, I guess the question is, would you like to hear about all of them, or would you like to give the feedback on each table one by one?
I think we can do them all together. If you want to just go through them, we can vote on them all together,
Sure.
considering they're all meeting their current level of service. If everyone's happy with that, I think so. Yeah, thank you.
Yep, so same situation here. We're doing what's required of us by the legislation and the organisations that audit us. We do have quite a lot of central government reform taking place in this space, so it is a moving feast.
Carl, do you want to talk to the regional, just the collaborative discussions? Is it that one or the next one? Just what that might mean?
Yeah, so building's one space where we are quite quite friendly with a range of different parties. So we have an existing shared service arrangement with Waitomo and Otahonga that's very reciprocal. We provide services to them when they need it, and we take services off them when they need it. We have sort of an agreement across the other councils using the same operating system as us that we can move resources around as need be. So recently we've had inspectors from Tauranga and Thames Coromandel coming in to assist us. And we had 3 staff off in the same period of time. And then more strategically at a regional level is CoLab, looking at consolidation of certain functions within the building sector. At the moment, focus largely on processing. So the opportunities there of councils to work together. So it's been quite active in that space for quite a period of time.
Thanks, Carl. Okay. Oh, who? Oh, Les, sorry. Sorry, I missed you.
Just your exemptions from building consents. Are we talking about cottages, or are we talking about granny flats and that sort of thing?
Yeah, the term changes depending which document you read, but the standalone small dwellings, aka granny flats, are generally one and the same. But the way that's been done is you may be exempt from the requirement for a building consent, but you still require a project of information memorandum, and you still have to comply with other requirements as well. So it's not a straight, if you're building one of these, you automatically qualify. And that's where the conversation comes in on another slide about there is extra work. So while we're not doing a building consent, we are still having to do other work around those. But then there's also a wider range of exemptions possibly coming. So certain tradesmen's work is potentially going to be exempted if they meet licensing requirements and some of those sort of things. So again, it's changing quite frequently.
So can I just remind people that the way we've dealt with this in other situations where we may have a change of legislation is that the status quo is meet legislative requirements. And regardless of whether those legislative requirements change, rather than saying, well, that's going to mean more resource, level of services still meet your legislative requirements. And
Thanks, Katie. Good clarification. If there's no further questions on this, we can move through to emergency response.
Again, the status quo, so the severe weather event in February being a classic example. We had a sufficient trained staff, they were available, they went and did what they needed to do.
Yep, and they did an amazing job too, I must say. Any questions on this? Otherwise, let's go to our indication for all 3. Building consents, building compliance, and emergency response. So hands up if you would like staff to investigate a lower level of service for these 3. And status quo. That's everybody. Okay, thank you. Great, thank you very much, Carl. And you're still here for environmental health.
Excuse me, Jo.
Oh, sorry. Yes,
This is a very small question, but what do the dog poo bins get put with? Sorry, it's just jumping back one. On my form, I just had a separate dog poo bin, so I just wondered what it. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it was the animal control one we just.
Yeah,
did
yeah,
before.
sorry.
No,
Yeah, it was just from one before we moved on.
Yeah, all
Cool,
good.
so it was status quo. Thanks.
Okay, environmental health. Thanks, Carl.
Yeah, so a wide range of activities. Used to be said that if you weren't sure where something fitted, they went to the environmental health team because there's a whole lot going on in this space. So budget excluding overheads around the 1.2 mil OPEX thereabouts. Cost recovery sitting around the 40% mark. Just on the cost graph, just some of the context around what those other costs are. This budget is funding, for example, the district licensing committee. There's 10 grand's worth of audit fees going to MPI's contractors each year. And this budget also covers the after hours contract for noise control and smoke nuisance. So that's the grey bit on that graph there. Also a significant shared service operation in this space as well. So we are regularly supplying services to Waitomo and Otahonga and also to South Waikato. That's generally us supplying the service. It's not as reciprocal as some of the others, but that's in the mix there as well.
Thanks, Carl. Roger, you had a question?
And probably George is going to come in here. Am I taking it that the cost recovery percentage is a question of fees and charges? And okay. Right.
However,
I'm actually quite surprised and maybe we've never really talked about the level of cost recovery as much when we got into I know we talk about fees and charges each year, but maybe not in detail about cost recovery on specific fees and charges. So maybe that's where we need.
These are some of the few teams making money for you.
So, we've certainly noted that on the board
Yeah.
around cost recovery as a component of that. Yeah.
We have been proactive in the space. You may recall the alcohol fees bylaw, where we identified that we weren't getting close to where we thought we should be. So we've had increase in fees last year and this year to try and get us to a certain percentage of cost recovery. So we've been very proactive in that space.
Okay, if there's no further questions, let's go to our indications. So if you would like staff to investigate a lower level of service for environmental health, please put your hand up nice and high. Status quo. Yeah, and that's everybody. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Carl. Right, good, good work, everybody. That was good. We were a little bit rocky to start with, but I feel like we got into a good place. Right, we will just adjourn for a couple of minutes. That lets the staff just tally everything, and then they will come back to us and we'll look at those next steps. Thanks, everyone. Right, welcome back, everybody. Apologies for that short break. The staff have had a little moment now to summarise today's discussion. Katie, I'll hand over to you just to give us a little bit of a wrap up.
Yeah, thank you very much. What we'll show you is a summary both in terms of the way that you've given your indications and then what that means generally from a financial perspective as well. Before I do that, I'll just note that a couple of things that I probably could have noted earlier, but Pip and Shane have both provided feedback ahead of this workshop, and that has been included here. You'll see occasionally that numbers don't necessarily always add up to the same amount. That's sometimes because some people in this room have been here and not been here. It's been and things like that. So that's the rationale for the numbers being slightly different. Monty's also providing feedback, but that will come in about another hour, and that will be added to the table for the summary. But it won't be changing the overall flavour of what we're presenting to you today, obviously. So here's a summary of the activities that we've gone through today. And again, you'll see the green is where we've had the majority view of the indication of where you would like us to be exploring increases and decreases. And so today we've had council occupied sites is the activity where you'd like us to investigate a lower level of service. And we've got 4 where you would like us to investigate increasing the level of service as indicated here. In terms of what that might mean from a financial perspective, remembering the slide that was in red with a large exclamation mark at the beginning of the day. So here is an approximate quantum of savings associated with those levels of service that you've indicated you want us to investigate doing more and less on this time. And I just wanted to note on this slide here that the indication to maintain the level of service about the curbside rubbish collection does provide the opportunity to significantly lower OPEX costs in later years. And that was something that will obviously come through when we provide that summary account to you. Just to round out, this to go back to be able to then, so we have not aggregated what you've done today and what you've done last time, but just to remind you where we landed last time. So here's the indications that you gave us last time, and what we weren't able to provide, we're providing you today is then again the indicative financial savings and potential additional costs coming with those areas you indicated last time. Where on the in the do less column on the left-hand side, there's a red line draw there. That's where there was mixed indications from elected members. So those things, but those things above the line is where actually there was the majority view to actually consider doing less, just to try and give you an indication of where elected member sentiment was last time. And here again, the slide again that we showed at the beginning around what you gave us the feedback last time, where you wanted us to look at doing more and doing less for those things. So perhaps just pause. I'm going to go back. Yeah, this one here. Just to give a round out there, so that you can just perhaps get a sense as we come to the end of today where we've landed both in terms of total. So we've ended up with those areas where you'd like us to investigate doing more and doing less. The kind of CapEx and OPEX savings that we might be able to attain from that. And we've captured on the board where there are some specific things that you want us to bury into, both with some of the ways that we do those deep dives, but also considerations when it comes to things around fees and charges, when looking at alternative funding sources and things like that. We've already captured on the board again, and that's obviously a similar sentiment than you expressed last week. As well. So perhaps just pause before we go to the next steps, just in case there are any questions or anything that people have got or additional points before we do that.
I had Ian and then I'll come to Roger.
Just to reinforce what the final point you made, Katie, just in terms of, so taking community properties, for example, up there, which we've said do more. Certainly my expectation is that do more means there's like, if you come back to us with do more and that's still a CapEx add, that's not what I'm expecting to see with that do more. So there's quite a few pieces, you know, excuse me, if there's a rate add to our expenditure, that's not what I was asking for. And so, because if you look at what we've just done here, you'll go, all right, well, we've got nowhere. But, which still, by the way, I think has been a very worthwhile exercise. But I think there's still some underlying pieces there that we're looking at, you know, alternate revenue streams and the such like for, which means that it wouldn't, some of the do more is not an add, it's actually do more and spend less. And then secondly, I'd just like to commend today's materials, the way you dealt with the thing up front on the capital projects and the way you've responded. Like this was super smooth today. Really, I mean, I know we'd all got into the groove, but yeah, thank you for the work you all did to put this together because it's been really good.
Absolutely agree with that. Thank you. Do you want to respond to his?
No, look, we've absolutely sort of received and heard that message, and when we bring the information back, we'll make sure it's set out in a way that's useful for that. Yeah.
Roger.
Thank you. And look, I really appreciate this discussion on level of service. And I thank you very much for sending through that additional information that we got last night. And I'm sorry if this is going down a different track, and it's not level of service, but the grid of expenditure in various departments from 2023 to 26, 27, which is in our next year's plan, indicates it reflects something, the increase in rates. So it's gone from 88 million to 125 million, which is quite a big increase. But then the wages, the total wages in the breakdown back in 22-23 was 25 million, which represented 28.7% of that total. And yet 26-27 of the 125 million, 36 million or 41% of the total is going as wages. Now, I understand that you've got the Future Us program and putting in place, but I'm just concerned of that increase in wages that we're seeing in those provided figures yesterday. And although level of service is a main contributor, for some reason, we've got that huge increase of wages as a percentage of our total expenditure. So I don't know where we go on that. I'm just bringing it to attention because I think that's something which is quite a relevant consideration.
Well, I think Roger's covered it in that we're looking at our whole business, everything from levels of service to capital expenditure. As he said, I've got an organisational review process happening. We've had to increase staff to get through the waters transition with specific expertise. All sorts of things have been going on, you know, as we discuss around this table all the time. So I think through all of those review processes, we'll be looking at the organisation and its costs, and you've been very clear about what you want me to do in that space, and it's tied off into my priorities for the year. So I think that it's very public and it's a very planned, methodical approach to reviewing all of the business costs. I think we're a service. What I want to say, and for those people listening online, is that we are a service-based organisation, and we're delivering more than 35 different services. And so our biggest cost will always be people. It's not concrete, or we're not building widgets. We're delivering a whole range of services, and they require people to deliver them. And the cost of wages, as you know, has gone up phenomenally in the last 6 or 7 years. And they, you know, the sophistication, the levels of mandate we get handed from central government. I've got another letter from Simon Watts yesterday. Now they want us to review the way that we're reviewing climate change in all of our work. So it's constant in terms of the demand of work. So what we're doing now compared to the first year of that time, Roger, would still be more complex and be more. So, but we're looking at that, like we're looking at everything across the business.
I do realise that we've just had a massive reduction in staff with the people going off to Three Waters.
We've got 48 less
but-
staff, I think, now, and you've given us direction to move the budget even harder on that
Yeah.
by October this coming year, so.
I'm also concerned that we haven't seen much that we can actually pull down the level of service in terms of those green directions in terms of reducing costs. And I've just got a worry that what we're looking at is coming back with some form of statement that, hey, you've told us that you want to retain the level of service, therefore your expenses are still going to be high, and therefore the rates increase is still going to be high. And I've got to say that that's, I don't think, going to be acceptable. You know,
Well, that's why I don't envy you your governance role, but ultimately those are the trade-offs that you need to make as governors. Because I can't deliver those services at those levels. I mean, we're constantly looking for improvement. We've got a digital transformation focus and all those things, but that's right. And that's the trade-off, isn't it? The levels of service that the community want and expect, the capital projects that we need to deliver, and the tension and trade-off between what we can get and what we need to pay for. So between us, I'm sure we can find that sweet spot or the sweetest spot that we can find, but I completely hear you. But at least we're going through this together. I think it's a really positive and constructive step in looking at all of these aspects of the business together.
And I guess that 3rd August workshop is where we will really see those trade-offs with, more numbers associated, and we can carry on our work from there. Katie, I'll just hand over to you. Let's wrap this up and we'll get on with our day.
Yeah, look, absolutely. And I think Steph's just articulated really well the challenge ahead of us. So thank you for the work that has gone on over the past couple of days. We'll be taking this away as staff. As you say, we've been given very clear direction about not just what to do over the next while, but the best way, we can think about the best way to present this back to you so that it does support those sort of trade-off conversations. And we are then cognizant of the sort of distinction about the level of service and the way we might go ahead and think about the service delivery models, which includes sort of efficiencies, it includes partnerships, includes all of those sorts of things, so that we can try and have our cake and eat it too. And obviously bring back information about the community projects that we discussed at the start of the day, making sure that again we show that clear relationship between the levels of service for activities and the relationship between those and any of the projects that were on the board this morning. So we are scheduled to come and do that back in August. We are then scheduled in September to review the support services, the CapEx and OpEx, and the grants and funds approach, so that allows us to follow through on that work in September. The last thing that I'll say, perhaps before, Claire's obviously got a question or comment, the team will be sending you a check-in. We are, as we said, sort of checking in quarterly. It would be really useful if you could make the time. I know you're desperate just to have your couple of weeks off, but if you are able to provide feedback, the more that we can tweak the information that comes to you beforehand, the way we present it on the day, all those things hopefully help us support you making informed decisions on decision days and guidance through this workshop process. So it would really help us, like I say, refine that for you if you can make the time. Thanks, you.
Katie. Claire.
Yeah, thanks. Well, actually, I could use that channel. I was just going to say it's really helpful to the next stage to understand how much is rates funded on all those different activities, because that's where we'll be focusing our attention. But also where the biggest levers would be for partnerships. But I'll put that in the feedback, I think. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thanks everybody. And thanks again to the team. I mean, I sat on that PGG just twice in preparation for this meeting, and I could very much see how much work was going on, weekends, evenings, getting everything that we needed. And I think we've done really well today, and looking forward to that August workshop. And please, for everyone, please feed back to the staff with any considerations you have. I'll be carrying on in the PGG until the next meeting. But yeah, great work today, and thanks to everyone. And we will finish with our karakia. So if everyone can join me. Puritia Te Rangimarie, Puritia Te Aroha, Puritia na Ngako Pai, Puritia na Wawata,